She was almost trembling with rage. Accounts were scanty of the original Death Seed, but huge segments of the population of dozens of space-going civilizations had perished before it had burned itself out. In places it had been combated, but she wasn't sure how, or how effective those remedies had been. As far as she had experienced, DZYM, and DZYM alone, seemed to have any control over it. She thought about Israk and Marco Pius, and her eyes grew hot with tears. I will kill them. Rage made her tremble, made her wonder how quickly she could master the Force, how quickly she could build strength to wreak wholesale vengeance for the innocent. I will gather the Force together in my hands and I will bring it down on their heads like a thunderstorm. Vader had done that. And Anakin in her dream. She wrapped her arms around herself, fighting not to weep. It was better, she thought, not to know that you had the potential for that kind of power. Better not to know that you really could do that, if you wanted to turn your heart and your life over to your rage. Han would be looking for her. Han would be with the fleet. It will not affect any but those on the Republic ships. The Republic was in chaos. They dared poison poor Rican, for no better purpose than to cause trouble. And for what? Hands shaking, she shuffled through the flimsiplast pages. There it was. Lorner Corporation's plan to build a new facility on Antimeridias, for the manufacture of both synthroids and something called needles, controlled by the same CCR crystals, programmable, long-distance mini-weapons with infinite range and hyperspace rendezvous capability. And the source of the crystals was Nam Chorios. CCR technology. Deep space needles, carving up the fleet like the Quamilla of the Khitan system carving up Sa beasts. And with Nam Chorios firmly in their sphere of influence, they'd have as many of those programmable crystals as they cared to use. The Reliant. Paperwork was complete on that too. A modified I-7. Howrunner hull, with extra capacity. Lorner Corporation had been making drops of components and materials for months. Ashgad's requests and specs were very precise. Leia recalled her father saying that the man had been a ship designer himself and his communications indicated where and when his rationalist friends had picked them up. There were occasional indents for second and third drops where the gun stations had blown the incoming cargoes out of the sky. Legis Sarpecius Vorn was mentioned as the vessel's AI. Designer and programmer, but his chief value lay in expert hollow faking. There were requests for specific digitalized scrap of her and of her flagship and escort, to be mocked up into transmissions describing the safe conclusion of the conference between Ashgad and herself, and the two vessels. Departure from the rendezvous point and entry into hyperspace. Her stomach twisted with sick betrayal. He couldn't not know what was going on. He couldn't not know the dangers of the plague. Then bitter anger swept her, that she had liked the man. Grand Moff Tarkin was probably good to his wife and children, too, if he'd had any, she thought, disgusted with her own naivete. The man who pulled the lever on the Death Star that destroyed Alderaan would undoubtedly have been kind to someone he cared for. Her hand closed tight on itself for a moment, her breath shaky with rage. Then, face cold and still, she began looking through the plast sheets again, searching for something. NISM for anti-grav lifters and speeder buoyancy tanks, to make prospecting for crystals easier once the gun stations had been destroyed and the big trader vessel was free to take off. She studied the schematics for the vessel. A curious amount of shielding, she thought. Double and triple hulls with internal baffles. What kind of radiation did they think they were going to encounter? Leia sat back, staring out the windows at the gaudy sunset sky. She felt she'd slept longer, though by the light she'd only been out for a few hours. There was fresh water in the pitcher and signs that someone, probably Legis, had been in the room. She'd waked with a blanket over her, and was gladder than ever that she'd forced herself to conceal the flimsoplast and the lightsaber before finally passing out. When she had lain down, she felt like she was dying. In fact, the sensations had been curiously similar to her brush with the death seed. But DZYM hadn't been around. If DZYM had known where she was, and what she was doing, she certainly wouldn't have waked up here. She pushed up her sleeve. Her flesh was reddened in a few places, and she had picked up a couple more drock bites, but there was no sign of violence. No sign of the broken capillaries, the bruising that the secretary's fingers had left. The purplish twilight of day was dimming into deeper night, windless and still with sunset. Leia thought about waiting until dawn, then shook the thought away. It wasn't as if any natural predators walked Nam Corios's nights. Delay would only bring Ashgad's return 8 hours closer. If she acted now, there was a good chance they wouldn't miss her until morning. Leia got to her feet, unsteady at the knees. The water pitcher was of the vacuum type. A turn of the cap sealed it shut. It was heavy, hung over her shoulder by a makeshift strap of torn bedsheet. She rolled together 2 blankets and put on the 2 spare shirts Legis had given her. At the touch of them, her anger at him faded. He could not have known what he was getting into, and once in, it would have been too late. The door pad combination had been changed while she slept, and she activated her lightsaber and drove it into the innards of the lock. It was now or never. She could afford no delay. Ashgad's study first. There were 2 more things she needed to find out. The study faced north, like her room. Its inner wall was careened in shadow, but the faded sunset reflected from the cliffs and faceted towers of crystal of the mountains beyond the plateau, and the ghostly crazy quilt of light lay across the white tiled floor with a strange radiance that was somehow comforting. Leia called up the main files, ran a scan and print on everything concerning the death seed. It was 50 or 60 sheets, double-sided, closely spaced, and she shoved those into her bedroll with the rest of the printouts she'd gotten earlier. Then she paged through the directories until she found what she needed: maps of the area, elevations, travel guides. There was a village 20 kilometers away, on the other side of the mountain spur on which the fortress stood. Ashgad would look there, she thought. Odds were good they wouldn't have equipment strong enough to send a signal off-planet, anyway. 16 kilometers in the other direction was one of the gun stations, on a shoulder of the mountains called Bleak Point. She thought she could reach it, keeping to the hem of the foothills for cover. Deserted it might be, its automatic systems guarding this world as they had guarded it for nearly 1,000 years. But there would be equipment of some kind there that she might be able to use. She checked the household plan again. Through that door, right up the hall where she had turned left before, a flight of stairs and a locked door whose combination, according to the computer, was 339-05 foot T001-6. The anti-grav tanks were stored behind the second door. The light in the sunset sky was dimming, and she felt an obscure pang of fear. Though she knew DZYM was active in daylight as well as at night, by day she felt safer from him. Whoever and whatever he was, she wanted to be out of the house before full dark. A thought crossed her mind. Turning back, she opened the slatted doors into the small chamber where the CCR central control, in it stood, amber power lights glowing like eyes in the dark. This would have to be fast, she thought. Legis would be working with the synthroids in the docking compound. Beldorian would certainly have one or two about his quarters and maybe one in the kitchen with his grubby little cube as cook. The synthroids' wholesale collapse would get them on her trail, but the only ones on her trail would be Legis and DZYM. Not 20-something centrally controlled and extremely mobile synthetic humans. Her hand was on the toggle of her lightsaber when the swish of the outer doors froze her where she stood. The next second voices sounded in the room, and she barely had time to pull shut the slatted doors that concealed the control, and it in its vestibule. 3 days. She wanted to scream. He said he'd be gone 3 days. The voice was the voice of Seti Ashgad. I told you not to go near her, he was saying, and Leia was shocked to hear how broken and shrill was his voice. An old man's voice. Skywalker's her brother, and a Jedi Knight. He'll know if she dies, and it's too soon to have them know they can choose a successor. Our whole plan will come adrift if. You've told me that before. DZYM's voice hissed in the twilight. Don't treat me like an imbecile, Ashgad. Are you telling me that you believe this puling little wreck over me? Are you? Leia turned one of the slats of the door, put her eye to it. No light had come up in the long study, and the fading daylight outside did not reach to its inner wall. She could make out faces, and the sharp white V of Ashgad's shirt front. She thought he was wearing a gray or white cap of some sort, blurring into the blur of his face. Of DZYM she could distinguish almost nothing, save a slumped dark suggestion of evil, a gleam of eyes that reminded her unpleasantly of something else. Other eyes recently seen. Legis stammered when he spoke. I merely said I thought when I found her yesterday afternoon. She hasn't wakened, my lord. She's lying up there cold and barely breathing. I've checked on her all through today. And you thought? Whispered DZYM, and the shadow of him shifted with the slow Ophidian turning of his head. You jumped to the conclusion that I had disobeyed my lord's request that I would only wait until his back was turned. Leia thought he reached out one hand toward Legis's face. Though it was difficult to make out what was happening, she thought the halo faker fell back a pace, his back to the wall. Thought she heard him whisper, "Please," with utter terror in his voice. "Did you check the room?" asked Ashgad, rather quickly. Could it have happened another way? Could another? Of course not. DZYM swung around on him, Legis stepping quickly out of his reach. What other besides me has the strength? What other besides me is old enough, developed enough? I have told you. Told you that, and not to treat me as if I haven't a brain. Let us go to her and see if this winner is even telling the truth. Legis turned hastily, and Leia heard the swoosh of the door in the darkness. Ashgad said hoarsely, "Wait." It was hard to see, and the murmuring voices were barely audible, but Leia thought Legis had gone ahead, leaving Ashgad and DZYM alone in the darkening room. Ashgad spoke almost too low to hear, but she thought he said, "It was a long journey. I should have taken you." DZYM made no reply, or if he did speak, it was too low to hear. I'd have taken care of that woman in Huegshul somehow. Kept her from you. Kept her from talking. Next time. There is no necessity, whispered DZYM, for next time. When Lam's troops land, I'll have her taken care of. I promise. You won't need to worry about her betraying you. No one believes her anyway. But I. Look at me. The shrill, old man voice cracked, and Leia, without quite knowing how, realized that he wasn't wearing a cap, as she had thought. His black hair had grayed almost to whiteness. I had to get out of there late last night, after the meeting. I had to. To come back. To come back, whispered DZYM mockingly. To someone you don't trust. To someone you think will disobey. I never thought you disobeyed. You believed the winner. Two didn't. I was just taken off guard. We need him, DZYM, until this is over. He was the best we could get, one of the best Halo fakers in the business. After Larm's troops land, after the Reliance launch tracks are in, you can do with him what you will. But please. Please don't be angry. Please. She didn't hear clearly what he said. She thought it was, help me, or maybe, give me. DZYM stepped sideways a little. Leia saw the sleek black topknot silhouetted against the glint of the computer's power lights, and the spidery motion of his gloved hands as he unfastened the breast of his robe. In the reflected gleam of the lights in which he now stood, she saw clearly that below his neck his skin changed. It was hard, chitinous, catching green and amber glints broken and blotched, too, all over DZYM's bare chest and shoulders, with tubes and orifices and groping little mouthed nodules that had no business on any human form. All those little mouths and openings gaped and stretched, dark matter running down, glistening. DZYM's human mouth opened as well, the long tongue groping like a serpent. With a noise that was not quite a whimper, not quite a sob, Ashgad bent his head down. He pressed his mouth to the dark, chitinous chest, and with a horrible movement impossible for a human neck, DZYM moved his head around, tongue probing at Ashgad's nape. The thready radiance sheen on a trickle of blood. Ashgad made noises for a while, thin ones, small and desperate, then was silent. The silence lasted nearly a minute, though it seemed to Leia, trapped in the dark of the shuttered vestibule, to go on longer than that. At last, barely audible, Ashgad whispered, "Thank you." The crackle of age was gone from his voice. The room was fully dark now, and only the faintest stain of orange remained in the sky outside, but Leia thought his hair had darkened perceptibly, and when the two left the room, Ashgad moved like a young man. Leia thought, but couldn't be sure, that he wiped something from his mouth and chin. She timed their footfalls ascending the stair, knowing she had only minutes now. The sky-colored blade of the lightsaber flashed to life in her hand, and she drove it deep into the center of the control unit in a vicious hiss of sparks and smoke. Then she caught up bedroll and pitcher and fled across the tiled floor, stabbing the combination of the locked door that led to the rest of the house, right down the hall, up the steps. Another combination, another door, a synthroid standing in the laboratory beyond, blue eyes glazed and staring, androgynous mouth open as it staggered, numbly, from wall to wall. Leia brushed past it, and it fell. Guilt touched her as she stepped past the body. In driving her lightsaber into the central controller, she had mass deactivated them, destroyed them. They're not living, she told herself. No more living than a droid that might have been deactivated or its memory flushed. But the guilt remained, as if she'd wiped Arta's programming or 3PO's. They'll search, she thought. Ashgad and DZYM and Legis. They'll get Beldorian to use his Jedi perceptions to touch the Force. To feel for the vibrations of her mind, if the slug-like mass of indolence still had the capability of doing so, if the weird, overwhelming vibration of the Force that filled this world would permit it. The storeroom containing the anti-grav units was exactly where the schematic said it was. But only one unit was active. The rest, nearly a dozen, lay in boxes of styrene and goat grass along the wall, dead, useless as so many rocks would have been. Leia felt as if she'd had a bucket of cold water hurled in her face. Her hands shook uncontrollably as she pulled the single unit whose lights were green from its shelf. It was a 100 GU unit. A speeder usually took 4 and about half charged. She clicked it to neutral buoyancy and pulled it after her like a balloon on a string to the lab outside, where a synthroid lay on the floor, eyes staring, near the half-assembled parts of a new buoyancy charger. The old one, on a table nearby, was an outmoded model held together by Y-bands and silver space tape. A scattering of antiquated, blown-out, and depleted tanks lay around it. Next time they vote to have trade come in, I'm all for it, thought Leia grimly, as she dug through drawers. There was a belt reel of cable and a hook there, standard in mountainous terrain, also a small glow rod, and 2 rolls of silver space tape, which she threaded onto the makeshift bedroll strap. This business of never having the right equipment is ridiculous. She pocketed a couple of emergency mini-heaters, crossed the room at a run to the big double doors that the schematic had told her would lead to the docking bay. As the schematic promised, the great permacrete pad that formed the southeastern quarter of Ashgad's compound overlooked open space on two sides. The Reliant sat on 5 short legs close by the workroom door through which she emerged. In smaller hangars to the side, she made out the needle-like nose cone of an elderly headhunter, and the blunt silhouette of a gutted skip-ray blast boat. Synthroids, fallen with equipment or tanks of puffo shield in hand, lay about the Reliant in starlight like wet black heaps of laundry. There was no light. For the central control. And it knew where every step and cable and piece of machinery lay. No matter which droid set it down, but it seemed to Leia that the great gulfs of air beyond the permacrete apron were filled with the softest echo of brightness, the glow of the merciless stars amplified by the wasteland of faceted ridge and scree. Leia looked down from the edge of the apron and her heart froze. I can't. It was easily 300 meters to the base of that first, sheer drop. From there the slope tapered steeply, a shamble of diamonds, blood of color, and the etiolated light. An anti-grav unit's lifting capability was directly proportional to the distance from the surface of the ground. The first drop might be so fast that when the lift finally kicked in, it might not do so soon enough or hard enough. The cable wasn't even a quarter long enough, and with no way of detaching the hook, she might as well set off flares to announce in which direction she'd gone. Behind her, in the dark bulk of the house, she saw a light go up, then another. The image returned to her mind, of Ashgad bending his head down to the mouths and tentacles and groping, wormy nodules of DZYM's chitinous chest, of DZYM's unloved, unseen hands on her face, her wrists. Of the cold sickness that pulled her down toward death. Here in this high place, unshielded by any walls, she had the curious sensation of the force being all around her, as if she stood not on a boat in the sea, but on the living ocean bed itself. Strong, strange, it called to her, she thought. Spoke in words she could not understand. She checked the anti-grav unit in her hands. It wasn't enough. It is. The thought was warm wind breathing in her mind. It is. You've got to be kidding. Leia looked over the edge again. Darkness and starlight and scintillant wastes dropped away like a vast subconscious thought. She knew that the slight difference in weight wasn't going to have any effect on the immutable law of 26.6 meters per second, but nevertheless she dropped her bedroll first. The sealed pitcher would shatter and couldn't be risked. What am I thinking about? She reflected cynically, as she ripped a double strip of space tape and fashioned a makeshift handle. I'm the one who's going to smash to a million pieces. The night around her, the subtly flashing darkness, whispered, You won't. We're here. Trust. More lights sprang up like startled glowbugs on a summer evening, and she heard Ashgad's oratorio baritone call. Legis! Here, at once. They'd found the synthroids. Leia slipped her arm through the handle, clicked over the anti-grav unit to its highest output, and stepped off the edge of the platform. Leia was calling him. Luke jolted out of sleep, shocked breathless in the chilly dawn. Encircled by the towering crystal shapes of mountains like molten glass, the image of her was etched on his mind, alone in a world of glass and sky. She was on a stone terrace, wrapped in a white blanket, cinnamon hair lying in a long disheveled braid down her shoulder. There was something about the image that told him that this had happened some time ago, that it had been caught up in the distortions of the Force, but he knew it was real. She looked thin and fragile and badly scared. Ashgad. He hadn't just destroyed her ship, looted it for its weapons. He'd taken her off. Ransom? Negotiation? An illusion, the result of last night's discovery on the smuggler drop? No. As surely as he knew the bones of his body, he knew she was there or had been there. Alive. The foot of the mountains of lightning, Tiselda had said. Arvid or Aunt Jin would know the spot. For a moment he considered taking Tiselda, only to reject the thought in the next heartbeat. He rose from his bed, walked to the rear transparisteel, looked down on the peacefully prosaic yard of dust and Belcrabian, water pumps and broken speeder parts, the dark-leaved anti-grav balls beyond the walls floating still as cutouts in the clear, early light. It was difficult to remember that this was all manufactured, laboriously carved from a world that admitted no life. From here, the great, lawless presence of the Force could only be felt a little, dim and far away. Luke reached out with his mind. Leia. Don't despair. I'm on my way. He didn't know if his thought even reached her, tangled in the distorting effects of the Force on this world. Didn't know if she could hear, even when it did. But Kalista had told him once that hope, too, can sometimes affect the Force. What's that? Muffled in the folds of the black hooded robe and cumbersome breath mask and wig, C-3PO considered Captain Ugmush's question to be purely rhetorical. Even one unused to the noises of war, riot, and rebellion should have been able to accurately identify the sound of heavy artillery shelling, the crash of crumbling walls, and the harsh clashing of human voices and blasters. The Gamorrean captain's three husbands, however, seemed to take their lady's exclamation as a straightforward request for information, and went barreling to the round portal that led onto the boarding ramp to sea. All three reached the entryway at the same moment, and immediately undertook a slugging match for precedence. Captain Ugmush, who had taken on another commission to transport cargo off-planet, and was waiting impatiently for delivery, heaved herself from the bridge workstation, where she'd been checking through projections of launch windows and hyperspace jump points, and proceeded to break up the fight with slaps, squeals, and head bashing, following which the entire family group piled out the door and down the ramp. Engineer Joss, chained to his console, didn't even raise his eyes. A further explosion that made the ship rock on its landing gear brought 3PO nervously to his feet. Captain Ugmush. He realized his vocal modulators had gone into default register, and quickly reset them to the deeper tone that, though it took up far more memory in mimicry of organic resonators, exhibited less of the characteristic droid, metallic quality. Captain Ugmush, do you really think you should leave the ship at this moment? He toddled toward the door as another flurry of shots and outcry came echoing from somewhere uncomfortably close by. In the event of an emergency takeoff. Oh dear, Artu. His voice dropped back to default again. Do you have any idea how to get this model of vessel lifted off? The astromech, trembling toward the doorway in his wake, denied any expertise in the piloting of the lumpy Gamorrean cube ship. 3PO muttered, oh dear," as he followed R2 out the door and down the ramp, hoping against hope that the situation outside wasn't going to get any worse. The moment he emerged at the foot of the ramp, it became evident that it was unlikely that it would or could get worse. The next bay over was in flames, black oil smoke and 30-foot columns of fire pouring skyward, and Gopso troops and Drovian government forces searing one another with blaster fire and canister grenades across the wreckage. For a moment the docking bay in which the Zikriax lay was quiet. None of the Gamorreans was to be seen. Then under the arcade a door opened and a muddy, shabby little figure darted through. The fugitive slammed the keypad to close the door behind him, pulled a crowbar from the nearest heap of scrap under the arcade, and smashed the lock. The effort was to little avail. It was clear that whoever was on the other side of the door also had crowbars, battering rams, and grenades. The fugitive dashed madly across the open permacrete, and 3PO said in surprise, "Why, it's Master Yarboak from the Chug and Chuck!" Master Yarboak. Over here, Master Yarboak. The Chadra fan needed no further encouragement. He bolted past them and up the entry ramp. Instants before the doors gave way and an exceedingly mixed congregation of Drovians, some wearing the Gopso scalplock and others, though presumably sympathizers, not so decorated, accompanied by a couple of Derosian and Deveronian layabout spaceport types, came smashing through. Someone yelled something about a stinking traitor sellout swine, and 3PO, correctly interpreting the remark to reflect on the fugitive Master Yarboak, pointed toward the doorway that led to the unburning bays beyond. "That way," he boomed in his alternate alien voice. Unclean, hairy, undersized journalist. He hoped the invective was as acceptable to them as it was informative. Hollering imprecations, the mob smashed its way through the farther doors. At the same moment a 20-centimeter shell struck the arcade between the burning bay and the one currently occupied by the Zikriax. 3PO let out a squeak of panic and retreated up the ramp as the Drovian government forces scattered, regrouped, and fired on the Gopso who were attempting to advance over the wreckage. At the same moment Ugmush and her husbands appeared at a run. They must have passed the mob just within the other doorway, and they added their might to the battle, firing on the Gopso as they lumbered across the permacrete and up the boarding ramp. An assortment of parcels and packing boxes hung over their shoulders and backs. Dirty pink curls flying and Morts clinging to her for their very lives, Ugmush burst onto the bridge, screaming, "Get yourselves strapped in, you stupid garbage eaters! What in festering blazes do you think this is, a luxury liner?" She flung herself down behind the console, jabbing keys and flipping levers with far more speed than seemed possible in hands so huge. "Close that festering boarding ramp, you mucksot and flapdragon. Do I have to do everything on this moss-apping ship? Joss, get us out of here. Fruck, open fire on those festering Gopso, hang on, the lot of you. Bunch of crab-sucking, mortless, soap-using cheese brains." She rammed the activation levers over. The engineer cut in the power overrides, and in a roar of ground fire, ion cannons, and retro lasers, the Zikriax was airborne and heading out of the ragged billows of smoke, flak and wreckage like a spinning overweight glut fruit shot from a catapult at the sky. 3PO, who hadn't had time to buckle himself down or even take a seat, picked himself gingerly up and readjusted his breath mask, hoping that either his robe hadn't come disarranged enough to exhibit his undeniably droid-like legs, or that Ugmush had been too occupied with her velocity computations to notice. Yarbok, who like him had been hurled to the far corner of the bridge, limped over to assist him in righting R2D2, who had rolled a considerable distance, and whose distress lights were blinking in several systems, including one of the bolted-on components they hadn't been able to get rid of after disconnecting him from the pure sabacc. Most of the distress lights went out. R2 tweaked a wan thanks, and without a word, Los removed the elastic tie from his long hair and offered it to Yarbok to tie up some of R2's stray cables. "Thank you, Igpek," said the chowder fan. "I owe you one." Ugmush turned in her seat and glared at the furry little journalist out of orange pinhead eyes. "And what the festering muck is that troublemaker doing on my ship?" she demanded. "Don't you sapheads know there's a reward out for him on 7 systems?" They were there. Luke froze, lying under the pitted steel belly of the speeder. Listening. No sound. But they were there, watching him. He knew it. Even through the silent trumpets of the Force and the deep stillness of the wastelands, he could sense their presence. He'd sensed awareness of him again and again since leaving Hueg Shul. The invisible watchers. The planet's unseen original inhabitants. Effortlessly following his speeder, keeping him in sight. Where he lay under the speeder he could see nothing. When the starboard anti-grav unit had started to go, he prudently set the vehicle down with one edge on a sort of bench of basalt, the other side on a lump of frost-green quartz the size of a hassock. So his only view from underneath, as he rejiggered the generator wiring to recharge the defective AG coil, was straight ahead or straight behind, identical vistas of harsh reflective gravel broken by bigger fragments and hunks of crystal, and farther off 5 crystal chimneys piercing the sky. He sensed that should he emerge from beneath the speeder and look around him, he would still see no one. He lowered his eyelids, trying to call the shape of them within the Force. But such was the interference of the Force on this world, the sheer magnitude of its presence in alien guise, that he could get no clear picture of those invisible ones. Maybe, he thought, that was the point of the interference to begin with. Nor could he tell exactly when they had begun to dog him, or feel whether their interest was beneficent, malicious, or merely inquiring. They were only there. "Who are you?" he called out, aware of his vulnerability, lying on his back under the speeder. "I mean you no harm. You don't need to be afraid to show yourself to me. Can you show yourselves to me?" Their presence drew closer, or something drew closer, a distinct awareness of their awareness of him. He wondered how he knew it was they and not he, she, or it. Carefully, he crawled from beneath the speeder and stood up. Pale shadows lay about him. Pale daytime stars pierced the dark blue of the sky. Pale sunlight fragmented from the glittering gravel that stretched in all directions, empty to the farthest shore of the long-forgotten sea. "It's the Loriner Corporation." The chowder fan journalist Yarbok lowered his husky alto voice, brought out from the pocket of his singed and stained silk vest a handful of green data cubes, held them out as if their mere presence on his hairless, pink palm were proof of what he said. On every one of these planets, every place in the Meridian sector where there's been an armed revolt, or religious rioting or uprisings from minority tribes or groups or whatever it's been, the dissident forces are always armed with Loriner weapons. Not bottom-cut sellouts, mind you, like the gunrunners are always peddling to Aborigines if they think they can get away with it. Top-of-the-line blasters and grenades and ion cannons. Look at these. He rattled the data cubes like dice in his hand. Arturito, taking him at his word, promptly extruded a gripper arm, picked up a cube, and withdrew the arm into his own vitals. "Hey, give that back!" protested Yarbok, loudly enough that two of Ugmush's husbands, an armed guard, two very nervous Aqualish smugglers, and the dozen or so others who shared the waiting chamber of the quarantine enforcement cruiser like Comintern to glare at them, as if blaming them for their present situation. The Zikriax had not even made it to the hyperspace jump point when it ran into trouble. Just outside the outlying asteroid fields of the Drovian system, they had encountered the Republic cruiser Empyrean. Firing furiously with all guns in all directions without any target immediately apparent not until the flash of one of the cruiser's shield generators blowing up had illuminated what at first appeared to be a cloud of space debris surrounding the vessel like flies. Within moments, however, it was obvious that the tiny slips of matte black metal were vessels of some kind, pouring concentrated fire on the huge ship and slipping and scattering from return fire like a cloud of butterbats. Since the battle lay between the Zikriax and the outer reaches of the system, where it would be safe to jump to hyperspace, the small trader was trapped where it was. Ugmush, the droids, and Yarbok clustered by the viewport and watched as the Empyrean tried first to battle, then to flee the swarming attackers. Fascinating, 3PO said, looking over Ugmush's shoulder as the captain tried to skin up a reading on the nearby area in the hopes of not running afoul of whatever larger vessel was controlling the swarm. They seemed to be nothing more than ambulant weapons. "Don't be silly," he added to R2, who had surreptitiously hooked into the console behind Ugmush's broad back. "There has to be a principal ship. Whatever it is, it must have amazing range." Yarbok, crowding at Ugmush's elbow and peering back and forth between Atu's readouts and those on the console, whispered, "No principal ship. Just weapons. It's got to be CCR of some kind." Light flared over their faces as a bolt from one of the tiny ships achieved target. The fire cloud from the exploding cruiser enveloped the dagger like little weapons. 100 white stars flared in the dissipating ball of heat and gases as they, too, were destroyed. The score or so which survived simply pivoted, like a school of glimmerfish in the darkness, and moved away. Black painted as they were swiftly lost to sight. Yarbok whispered, "By the big green fish." And then, "What are you doing?" As Ugmush moved the levers, and the Zikriax swung around. "Salvage," the Gamorrean said. She jerked one meaty hand at the viewport, where the 2 or 3 huge chunks of what was left of the cruiser hung glowing in blackness, surrounded by whirling fields of half-melted shielding, metal shards, spears of glass, and vacuum-bloated corpses. Lots of stuff. Ugmush and her husbands, resplendent in deep space environmental gear customized to their species for use by mercenaries, were looting the wreck when the quarantine enforcement cruiser Lycoming made its appearance. Its captain, a much-harried Godo female in charge of a small troop of fighters and a squad of medics from the Coruscant Institute, had picked up the Empyrean's distress call, and was not amused by the presence of the Gamorrean free traders at the wreck site. 3PO supposed it was a credit to his disguise that he'd been put under arrest with the others. R2D2 had simply been impounded. Now the little blue access hatch in R2's side slid open again, and his gripper arm deposited the cube on the table in front of Yarbok. Yarbok snatched it up possessively and bestowed it in his breast pocket. "Trinebulin will pay me a fortune for that," said the chowder fan. More so than ever now. He hadn't been groomed in days. Most of the grooming parlors in Bag Show had been boarded tight, and his silky golden fur was a mass of dirt and knots. "Did you get a look at that wreckage? The hulls of the attacking vessels, the weapon vessels?" "I didn't examine them closely, no." 3PO turned his head to look at the pieces of wreckage that Udmash had taken on board the Zikriax before the QC had put in its appearance. They were stacked in a corner of the enormous waiting room, labeled and under a very tired and crabby-looking Celestin guard. Yarbok lowered his voice still further. "They're modified CFAX shielded transport shells," he whispered. "Thousands of them were shipped to CFAX's new plant on Antimeridias a few months ago, and CFAX is a dummy corporation for Loriner." "You can't really be serious." 3PO modulated his voice down, shocked. Though he was not physically uncomfortable in the all-enfolding black robe and leather mask with its breathing tubes and filters. 3PO found the disguise massively inconvenient because the fabric bunched in his joints interfered with the delicate operation of his hydraulic retractors, and since like many droids his balance was less acute than humans, threatened to trip him at every other step. Loriner Corporation is a subscriber to the Republic Registry of Corporations. Their board of directors is made up of individuals of the highest probity and credentials. They were responsible for a good deal of the armament that made the rebellion possible. And they turned a 500% profit in the 10 years of active rebellion that preceded the fall of the New Order. Now the rebellion had its own financial sources, but not that kind of money. Loriner was selling to both sides, probably through dummy corporations like CFAX. And the CFAX plant on Antimeridias has been buying miniaturized hyperspace drives from the BITH. "I have a connection in the processing office." "Hey," he added, snatching back another of the data cubes from R2, who, apparently still under the impression that look at these was an order, had been systematically picking up the cubes on the table with his gripper and taking them into his data retrieval port. "You give those back." The droid promptly spat them out in a line onto the table. Yarbok snatched them up, counted them, and glanced quickly over his shoulder again at the other occupants of the quarantine hold. They were a motley bunch. A scrofutus-looking gray Wookiee and a couple of Aqualish who held together and kept looking from the guards to the doors. The crew of a squib prospector vessel who protested vehemently and often that they hadn't heard about any plague, and a rather extravagantly hued Urgish who occupied 3 seats and smelled like the garbage pressers of a candy factory. "There have been 3 attempts on my life since I started on this story," whispered the chowder fan, and his 4 wide nostrils quivered in the velvet of his snout. "Loriner Corporation can't afford for this to be made public. Half their contracts come from the Republic. Surely Loriner Corporation wouldn't frank an assassin?" Yarbok sniffed and jabbed one short finger at the protocol droid for emphasis. "Loriner might not do it themselves, but they'd get Gatels to do it." "Who do you think put those Gopso on me, back on Drovis?" My sources at Gatelza's court tell me Lorimer is pretty much backing Gatelza's whole household. The local CEO, Demura, lives there like a king. Sex droids, vibrabaths, plug-ins, glitterstim, 4 different chefs, self-conforming slippers, independently controlled environments in every room of his mansion, you name it. Some stuff that isn't legal anywhere. He couldn't get it without Gatelza's okay. That all adds up to Igpek Droon? Called a voice from the inner doorway. That's you! Hissed Yarbok, when 3PO didn't respond. Oh, yes. 3PO rose quickly, stepping on the hem of his robe as he did so. Yarbok inconspicuously caught him by the elbow to keep him from going over. The Lycomans' captain and chief medical officer both stood in the doorway, female Godels, their flat gray faces already turning toward him with suspicion as he hastened in their direction, their horn-like sensory organs picking up the synergistic energy fields that betrayed him as a droid. Thank goodness we've finally contacted someone in authority, cried 3PO gratefully, unhooking the straps of his mask and pulling free the blonde wig. You have no idea. He found himself looking down the barrels of 2 blasters and a disruptor. Don't come any closer, droid, snapped the captain. Tuv, get a restraining bolt for this one. But you don't understand, protested 3PO. You must communicate with the New Republic Council immediately. Her Excellency, Chief of State Leia Organa Solo, has been kidnapped. You must. Not another one, muttered the Chief Medical Officer to her captain. What was the last one? A wrecked shipload of Karosi pups with 2 hours. Oxygen left? And how much Tenhorud extract did that one have stashed in its casing? I beg your pardon. 3PO drew himself up to his full height, though he had been carefully engineered to be non-threatening to a wide spectrum of sentient species, Godels among them. I am a certified protocol droid belonging to Her Excellency herself. The very idea that I would be programmed to smuggle illicit drugs. Whoever programmed this one picked a doozy of a cover story, remarked the captain. She nodded to the Celestin engineer who had come up behind 3PO with a couple of restraining bolts. Get His Excellency down to the impound hold and go over him good. And take down the serial numbers. She rubbed her eyes. Her thin, fleshless lips were gray with fatigue and the soft tissue around her eyes was swollen. When he considered it, 3PO supposed that operating a quarantine enforcement vessel along the perimeter of a sector involved in 6 separate revolts without any centralized authority to back up her decisions must be an extremely wearing task. We'll put enforcement on whoever he really belongs to after this is all over, but for now, tag anything you find hidden in the casings and send the microprocessors down to the lab. We need them bad. They need wiring and maintenance, too. I protest, cried 3PO, as the Celestin troopers laid hold of his arms. Her Excellency has been kidnapped, and... Her Excellency, for your information, my friend, said the Godel, with a weary, greeting edge to her voice, just transmitted authorization for our mission in this sector. under her personal seal. I've just spoken to her. She left authorized holograms of herself for contingency purposes before she left on the secret mission, cried 3PO. That's standard procedure. Of course, they would need her authorization to establish a quarantine zone, but she isn't really there. My counterpart and I are the only ones who know her true whereabouts. The two Godos, members of a species notoriously distrustful of droids, an understandable prejudice given the sensitivity of their sensory organs, exchanged an eloquent glance. But I tell you, I was there. 2 battle cruisers disappeared. The Borealis and the Adamantine. The surgeon frowned. Your cousin's on the Adamantine, isn't he, Captain? The captain nodded. And the Adamantine left for Selenon at the beginning of the week. That was only a cover story, wailed 3PO, as the guards pulled him in the direction of the doors. Her mission in this sector was top secret. The Adamantine was destroyed. The captain's eyes hardened to steel. Get him out of here, she said softly to the guards. Get that R2 as well, would you? You tell them an impound to flush those microprocessors good. The guard saluted and asked, What about the chowder fan they came on board with? The Godo captain fished in her pocket for a slip of pink flimsoplast. 3PO thought it was a message slip of some kind, but there was no official heading, only a private scramble code across the top. Her eyes narrowed furtively as she looked over at Yarboak, who was still sitting next to R2 and trying to look inconspicuous. Then she turned to 3PO. What's your friend's name? Unless programmed to give alternate information, droids are devastatingly truthful, even those whose business is protocol and diplomacy. Yarboak Yem, provided 3PO unhesitatingly. I understand that he's a journalist for Trinebulin. There was momentary silence. Then the captain said, That's him, and signaled to another guard as she started across the room toward the chowder fan. Yarboak saw them coming and sprang to his feet. Everyone in the waiting hall had been relieved of whatever weaponry he or she possessed, and in any case the guards were heavily armed. He bolted toward the doors, but they did not open. Turning at bay, he raised his hands in protest or surrender as the Godo captain pulled her blaster from her side and fired a stun beam into his chest from a distance of less than a meter. The shock of it threw the little journalist back against the door, where he slumped slowly to the floor in a tangle of golden fur and pink and blue silk. The Godo captain glanced around her. Under the watchful eyes of the guards, none of the others in the room had moved. Perhaps, deduced 3PO, they had their own reasons for wishing to remain inconspicuous. The captain spoke to the guards nearest her, in a voice so low that only a droid's acute audio receptors could pick up what she said. She said, Airlock 3. Stretched in the crevice of a glittering cliff face, Leia shaded her eyes against the rising sun glare. Wind made her face feel as if it had been chemically processed. From her high ledge she could see back along the maze of canyons, harsh-edged and broken as old tectonic upheavals had left them, every surface a mirror magnifying the heatless light. If they were looking for her, she couldn't tell it. Certainly she saw nothing. Ashgad could easily program simple tracker droids to her physical parameters: movement, mass, and body temperature. For this reason, she had sacrificed the anti-grav unit and one of the heaters, sending it drifting away down the canyon as a decoy. Beldorian's decayed powers might sense the difference, but Leia was willing to bet that even had the Force not lain like a crackling magnetic field over the entire planet, the effort was beyond the one-time night. She closed her eyes for a moment, weary to exhaustion. She still didn't know why she hadn't been dashed to jelly at the foot of the mesa. There must have been more juice in the coil than she thought. She felt like she'd dodged, and run, and scrambled 100 kilometers since then. Opening her eyes again, she unfolded the map. Years on the run with the rebel forces had taught her to read elevation maps. She identified the canyon she climbed up, and the two peaks between which she had to clamber to come down on the deserted gun station at Bleak Point. There was no water marked anywhere on the map, so she didn't know whether there would be a pump of any kind at her destination. Only about a quarter of the water in the pitcher remained, and she didn't know how long it would take her to get a message out. If the gun station still contained working equipment capable of subspace range. Stiffly, achingly, she bent to examine the wreckage of her gold-stamped ceremonial boots, and with bleeding fingers ripped another length of silver space tape to add to the existing crisscross of repairs. If Ashgad didn't have some means of picking up and tracking such a signal. If there were anyone alive to hear. She tried not to think about the death seed and about how much her feet hurt. The death seed. The echo of it returned again and again to her mind. Idiot, idiot, idiot. She slung the sealed pitcher over her back once more and started the long, cautious, terrible process of following the ledge back along the cliff toward the high-up cluster of amethyst peaks that were her next landmark. She'd seen records of other governments, other armies, other men who had attempted to use plague as a weapon. Hathfox 3 came to mind. It had been 12 centuries, according to the records unearthed there, and the place was still on the registry as a standing hazard. The team that had retrieved the records had all died, as had the crew of their rescue ship and the entire staff of the quarantine facility to which they'd been taken. According to the records tapped into by remote at a distance, the terrorist organization that had developed that particular quasivirus had had a foolproof antivirus. Are you familiar with the term mutate, boys and girls? Leia's mouth twisted in cynical despair. Have you ever heard the words human error? Minor equipment failure? How about that little phrase, "Oh, we didn't think of that"? Death seed. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. But they already had dared. If Ashgad's memos were correct, the death seed was already spreading through the fleet, crippling it as revolt after revolt broke out across the sector and Admiral Larm's ships moved in. Apparently DZYM could control the timing of its starts if he were in the area or cared about doing so, otherwise it spread on its own. Would Beldorian hear her, if she tried to call out to Luke again? Her hand touched the lightsaber at her belt. She should have listened to Luke, she thought. Spent more time in training. Luke wouldn't have this trouble. Neither would Vader, of course. Panting, hands bleeding, knees torn from the bitter mangling of uneroded stone, Leia gained the crest of the ridge between the two peaks and looked down on the gun station below. It looked tiny, hundreds of meters below. A blunt black cylinder, doorless and without so much as a centimeter of transparent steel, set close beside the heavy shoulder of rock that gave the place its name. The original black stone had been added to with rude defensive works, reminiscent of a woman in a formal senatorial robe wearing a shade-drink stereo picnic hat. She could get in, thought Leia, through those bristling wood and metal upperworks. Was she willing to sacrifice her blanket by cutting it into strips to lengthen the cable? She managed, but only just. Throwing the hook from a precarious balance point at the top of the rock spur, with the help of the pouring wind she was able to lodge it among the bristling beams. Releasing the cable to hang free along the wall, she climbed to the ground again, and stumbled to the place where the cable, added to by blanket strips, reached to within a meter of the gravel. It had been years since Leia had shinnied up a wall. Once, 20 meters up, pummeled by the wind, arms burning and breath short and hard in her lungs, she felt a wave of dizziness rise over her and thought, "I'm going to faint." She wrapped the cable around her arms, pressed her forehead to the black stone, wind crushing her like a torrent of ice, willed the giddiness to pass. Her body trembled with hunger and fatigue. "I'll never make it." But she did. She pulled the cable up after her when she reached the top, and crept like an exhausted old woman to the cluster of shielded coils, reflectors, and modulators that rose through the pavement among the jury-rigged defensive works, the great laser cannons pointed at the sky. Night brought the dim white daytime stars to unwinking brilliance among the tangle of beams and razor wire and lessened the pounding brutality of the wind. Leia cut through the locks on the doors that led down to the station below, afterward barricading the doors as well as she could behind her. The gun station, being without transparent steel, might well be haunted with the same groping, mutating vermin that had attacked her in the stairway of Ashgad's house. If that were the case, she would be forced to sleep on the roof, and would probably freeze. She saw none of those things, but there were hundreds of fingernail-sized rocks in the stairway. Some turned toward her in the muted beam of her downward-pointing glow rod, and began to crawl purposefully in her direction up the steps. Leia activated her lightsaber and flicked them with its tip. Those she touched sizzled and curled into balls of charred death. The others crawled after her, as she descended the stair. The equipment in the station was old, but serviceable. Most of the gun coils themselves were sealed, but the controls were open, a simple switching mechanism transferring targeting from the sealed computers to manual. They have to have teaching of some kind. She flicked the test switches experimentally, studied the readouts. The targeting equipment was elementary, but nobody who hadn't been trained could have used it. Something the listeners pass along with the doctrines they hear from the voices in the wastelands? Why would they want to destroy ships coming in and ships going out? Just because they want to keep the world primitive? Or was there something else? Sharp pain stabbed the calf of her leg. Looking down, She saw 3 or 4 huge droids burrowing through the strips of space tape wrapped around her legs. Exhaustion and a slight breathlessness dragged at her, as it had after the attack by the creatures in the stairwell. They must be related to droids, she thought, backing away from the targeting consoles and shining the glow rod all around her. The floor was dotted with the round, flat shapes of the insects. Keep moving, she thought. Don't let your feet stay too long in any one place. The gun chamber was enormous, round, obviously occupying all of one level of the squat tower. Nothing in it even suggested communication equipment to her. Lamp fixtures hung dead from the smoke-black vaults. A steel ladder in the center of the floor communicated with the lower level, and there was equipment there, too, sealed behind soot-stained and filthy black metal. Worn-out blankets, heaps of arrows and spears, boxes of metal bullets, explosive ceramic pellets, and paper-wrapped gravel shots strewed the floor. Leia leaned against the ladder, fighting a wave of dizziness, her body trembling and suddenly cold. Droids, she thought. Sunlight will make me feel better. But she realized it could just as easily have been exhaustion, hunger, and the fatigue of unaccustomed hardship. Far above her, she heard the sudden slither and crash of falling beams and furniture. The barricade! Her heart froze. Boots clumped with muffled tread on the floor above, and the hard white beam of a sodium light veered and flickered down the opening in the floor. Voices murmured. A quick glance around showed her there was no further ladder down. The rest of the tower must be taken up with the power supply of the guns themselves. Though she knew the dark spaces between the equipment were crawling with droids, Leia wedged herself between 2 anonymous black boxes, bruised hand gripping the lightsaber. The light from above grew stronger, moving with the movement of being carried, turned, scanned along the floor. Someone said, "Look," and was shushed. The dead droids, thought Leia. And then, I must have left tracks in the dust of the floor as well. Her whole body ached with the thought of having to fight. Luke, she thought, if I get out of this alive, I'm going to start training with you, at least to get into condition. Her cold hands slid over the switch on the lightsaber. Light poured from above, and a shadow came down 2 steps of the ladder, then dropped lightly to the floor and stepped at once into shadows, a trained warrior seeking cover. Other shadows clustered above, blocking most of the light, but a stray beam of it caught a sand-scoured red coat, a whirlwind of smoke-colored veils, the metal plates and buckles of heavy boots. There was movement, and with a flint hummed the sun-yellow blade of a lightsaber stabbed into existence. A woman's voice said, "Come out." Leia lowered her weapon, suddenly dizzy. "Kalista?" she said. The blade lowered, and the red figure before her put up a black-gloved hand to push away the veils that wrapped her face. "Leia? We are the weapons of the Force." Kallista's strong fingers pulled the roll of silver space tape taut, while she fished one-handed in the pocket of her crimson coat for a knife. Above her, the iron beams of the gun station's defensive works lost themselves in the darkness, like a deadly sieve of razor wire set to trap the cold diamond stars. We always have been, since the beginning of the Order, since people first began to understand the existence of the Force. Leia said softly. That's what scares me. I know. She sliced off the tape, finished attaching a cutout sole of CU-PA leather to the broken ruin of Leia's boot, and handed it back, folding up and pocketing the knife, one-handed again, with the quick economy of a long-time jury rigger. The face that had been Cray Mingla's had changed. Look as she might for the features of the young scientist she had known, the woman who had given up her body to Kalista that she herself might seek her lover on the other side, Leia could see only the lost Jedi, the woman her brother so deeply loved. In colorless starlight, no trace of Cray's blonde remained in the thick masses of Kallista's hair. Dark with the darkness, in daylight it would be the soft, medium brown that it had been turning when last she'd seen this woman with Luke. Her gray eyes were mostly hidden in the shadows of level dark brows. I don't think Luke understands that, really. Kalista moved her head a little at some sound on the other side of the great black gun muzzle, pointing skyward in the center of the station's open roof. It was only one of the other Therans setting up a small but powerful electroheater to make supper, calling out to a couple of the young women of the troop. The evening wind had stilled. BD, the troop listener, a twig of a man who might have been 30 or 50, passed like a shadow among the riders who spread blankets, cleaned weapons, spoke softly among themselves all around. The Force was a dark sea, sounding in the night. Leia wondered if Kalista could feel it as she could. People have tried to use him, Kalista went on, from the moment he put out his hand and summoned his lightsaber to come to him. Vader wanted to turn him. Palpatine wanted his services. Palpatine's clone managed to enslave him for a time. But Luke is strong, stronger than he knows. And Luke has a single purpose. I suppose you could say that he has a pure heart. She folded her arms, more relaxed than Leia had seen her toward the end there, in Luke's presence. Her breath made a smoke of diamonds as she spoke. Luke doesn't hunger after power. In some ways I don't think he understands those who do. No. Leia had never thought of it in those terms, but she recognized that Kalista was right. Luke had never sought to be a commander of anything except a winged squadron. He wasn't the tactician Han was. At the Jedi Academy, all he sought was to teach, to learn, to further the ways of the Force for all. He wanted a Jedi Order so that he could be part of it, not for the sake of having pupils at his beck and call. But you understand. Then you understand why I had to leave. Leia sighed, a whisper of regret. Yes. In a way, she had always understood. There was silence for a time, the crystals of the high peaks catching the fragmented glare of the bitter stars. I'm like Luke, Kalista went on, speaking softly, almost to herself. I never wanted power. Only to learn. Only to be with other people who understand. But people use those who have our power, Leia. Vader wanted to use you. If he hadn't spoken of his intention to do so, I don't think Luke would have been angry enough to go after him, to fight him to the death. You told me how Thrawn and Pelion tried to kidnap your children, how Kbeoth wanted them as weapons of his own ambition. I've seen how hard you tried to teach Jason and Jaina to listen to their own hearts, to have a sense of fairness, of justice. So they won't be pawns. So they won't be twisted. But for a long time they'll be weak, because they're children, and it's easy to influence children by love and hate and lies. Yes, said Leia again. She pulled on her boot, drew more closely about her the thick coat of rough-woven raw magia that someone had lent her, and walked over to the parapet beside which Kalista sat. She had told the younger woman of her dream and of the fear that had followed her since. I want them to be happy, she said, and leaned her cheek on the wind-scoured metal of the beam. I want them to be children, to have the birthright of their innocence. But at the same time, I know they can't just follow any path they want. With their powers in the Force, I have to teach them to distinguish lies from truth, to seek justice the way my father. The way Bail Organa sought justice. I have to protect the next generation from them. The way I have to protect the present generation from myself. Looking down at the woman still seated against the parapet, she saw in the lost Jedi's starlit eyes the understanding of what she meant. Of the darker fear that lay wrapped in the images of the dream. To protect this generation from yourself, said Kalista gently, you have to embrace the way of the Jedi, Leia. Not flee it. Luke is right. She stood, unfolding herself to her lanky height, her crimson clothing almost black in the star glimmer, and the pallid glow reflected from the shining stones. Nights on Nam Chorios, without benefit of warming oceans, were unbelievably cold, even in this summer season. Leia huddled her gloved hands in her armpits and wondered how the Therans managed, night after night, under the open stars. There's a woman in Hueg Shul named Tiselda, a small-time Jedi adept who came to this planet centuries ago, seeking power. The way I came. Beldorian spoke of her, said Leia. Was he her partner? They came here together. After this long, telling lies to themselves, to each other, to everyone, I'm not sure exactly what took place. They were both adepts, but neither had much power. Only one of them had sufficient training to make a lightsaber, but I don't know which. I don't think either of them has the capacity for it now. Like me, they came here seeking an easy answer. I didn't think Hutts could be born strong in the Force. Don't underestimate the Force, Leia, said Kalista. Anything can be born in its light. There's a tree on the planet Dagobah that's strong in it. Sea slugs in the oceans of calamari use it to draw plankton into their mouths until they grow to be bigger than starfighters. But they haven't the sentient mind to learn to use it beyond that. And that is for the best. She sighed. Suddenly sure of it, Leia said. You were the slave Legis spoke of, weren't you? The one Beldorian sold or traded to DZYM. Kalista stood so silent for so long that Leia feared she'd angered her, but in time she nodded. Having been Tiselda's slave before, she said. I let myself be enslaved, because I was so hungry, so desperate. She used me, As Beldorian would have used me, had I been any good to him. As he'd have used you. Leia nodded again. The pain in Kallista's face was frightening to see. And she felt anger stir in her again, this time not anger at Ashgad specifically, but at them all, Beldorian, the rationalists, Moff Gittels, all those who grabbed for petty goals and broke and ruined lives in the process, not seeing anything beyond their own wants. But it was sour anger, like brittle ice above a still well of endless grief. As long as I can be manipulated like that, Kalista went on. As long as I can be used, as long as I lack my own power and the Force, I am a prime candidate for the dark side. I'm standing in its shadow now. If there is a way for me at all, I have to follow it alone. I will love Luke until the day I die and beyond, but I will not pull him into that shadow with me. Please, Leia. Make him understand. What do we have? Han Solo strode into the bridge, still stripping off the helmet and gloves of his E-suit, registered immediately the blinking red lights over the comm board, the worried note in Chewbacca's growl that had summoned him and Lando back onto the ship in double time. Outside, terrible stillness lay over the pitch-black lava plains of Exodo 2, the eternal dust that lay around the boreholes of the gas wars that were the planet's most plentiful life forms stirring uneasily in the glare of the Millennium Falcon's lights. The wrecked scout cruiser they traced there had been in much the same shape as the Corbantis had been, save that the engines had been long cold, the crew dead of radiation poisoning, asphyxiation, cold, and gas were bores. Chewbacca rumbled a reply and put up the readout. Han stared at it aghast. That's gotta be wrong. Lando came striding down the corridor. He'd taken off his E-suit and was combing his crisply curling black hair. He'd been badly shaken by the bodies on the destroyed cruiser and more so by the evidence that it, too, had been destroyed by the tiny, knife-like missiles that had cut up the Corbantis and almost demolished the Falcon. I've had a look at those barometric readings, old partner, and if we want to get off this planet before the next atmostide, we better. His voice trailed off. He stood staring at the screenful of data the Wookiee had transferred to the main viewer. What the hell is that? What's it look like? Demanded Han, shaken. It's an invading fleet, coming out of hyperspace and heading right this way. R2-D2, what in heaven's name do you think you're doing? 3PO toddled after his counterpart as the astromech wheeled into life again the moment the doors of the impound bay were shut, heading over to the access panel by the door. Honestly, ever since poor Captain Bortrek installed those extra interface circuits, you have been behaving in a most extraordinary fashion. You know as well as I do that with these restraining bolts we're not going to be able to leave the room. R2 merely tweaked a request. Why? R2 explained. I don't see that, protested 3PO. I don't see at all how removing that panel, even if I could do it, would save poor Master Yarbok from being put out the airlock. If we're discovered, as we surely will be, we could get into terrible trouble. R2 pointed out that as troubles went, being dissected for one's microprocessors and later paid for at a 95% discount to one's owners was as terrible as it got. I'm really not programmed for this kind of thing at all. Oh, why will not anyone believe me? 3PO pressed one forefinger against the center of the access plate above the door panel and thrust, with all the strength of his hydraulic arm joint. Never, in any circumstances, would he have exerted his strength against living flesh of any variety. But metal was metal, and not being up to military standard, this metal buckled along the edge sufficiently for him to get his fingers under the plate and pull it free. R2 proceeded to deliver a string of instructions. Honestly, I think those additional circuits disrupted your logic modifiers. Green wires connected to coaxial links. You don't possess coaxial links. Oh. 3PO flipped open one of the silvery gray add-ons screwed to his counterpart's side. Well, I'm sure that they aren't good for you. Nevertheless, he hooked the links into the green wires, and listened to the flow of bleeps, twitters, and chirps that R2D2 poured into the quarantine ship's internal relay system. R2D2, that is a patent untruth, declared 3PO indignantly. First you disable the opening mechanism on the doors of airlock 3, then you cause the system to believe that those doors have been opened. And even should you help Master Yarbok escape from that airlock, that doesn't do us any good, you know. We're still unable to leave this hold while we have the restraining bolts on, and he is still unable to get off this vessel. The Golden Protocol droid turned away, arms folded in the human form expression of indignation and uninvolvement. I won't have anything further to do with this. R2 made a sad little noise, but no request to be unhooked from the access hatch. Indeed, he produced small blips and whirs every now and then, which indicated to 3PO that the astromech was still monitoring something in the QC's main computer. It became clear what it was when he rocked a little on his wheels and tweeted excitedly. The next moment the doors of the impound hold opened, and Yarbok hustled inside. "IOU," he whispered excitedly, fishing in his pocket and producing a magnetic bolt extractor and a pair of wire snips. "Brothers, I owe you plenty. This whole ship stinks. The big green fish only knows who paid that captain how much to put me out the airlock. Maybe she thought the order was on the up and up. It could be," surmised 3PO, as the Chadra fan popped the restraining bolt from his golden chest. R2 here claims there is a traitor, or at least a major information leak, on the Galactic Council. And the rebels have taken Coruscant, muttered Yarbok, going to work on Arta. Tell me something I don't know. You went and blabbed that Oshgad had kidnapped Lady Solo. Is that true? 3PO hesitated, belated visions of galaxy-wide coverage cascading into his deductive logic circuits. Because if it is, you better keep damn quiet about it, my tinny friend, if you don't want her getting what I nearly got. And as for a traitor on the council fish, I figured that one out weeks ago. Loriner buys and sells senators and governors in the Republic, and out of it. All it takes is a few strategic contributions to good causes. Hold that door, would you, Threezy? It's gonna close again once I get Artie unhooked. Ah. Thanks. He looped up the wires and coaxed cables into the interface box on Atu's side and replaced the strip of silver space tape that had held its hatch closed. All those senators have blind spots. Pet causes. Like order in the galaxy, or the rights of all sentient species, or the rights of one obviously superior sentient species to put all other sentient species straight whether they want to be put straight or not. And it's Lorner's business to know what those blind spots are. He was hurrying down the corridor as he spoke, furry feet making no sound, wide nostrils snuffing softly. Once he halted, pushing the two droids back into the niche of a bay door. Two Celestin guards walked by, weapons slung casually over their shoulders, bodies slumped with fatigue. Thank your lucky nuts and bolts, the whole ship's understaffed and occupied with those Aqualish smugglers up in the holding area. Which one of these bays is their ship in, Artie? R2 cornered determinedly, and made his way down a short passage to a landing bay whose doors, surprisingly, stood open. They passed inside, Yarbok pausing to crank the doors shut manually from within. The bay was tiny and almost completely filled by the lumpy ovoid of the Aqualish smuggler's vessel. Beyond the dark, silvery green egg of the ship, the magnetic field glimmered faintly around the oval shape of the entry port. Yarbok hooked R2's coax links into the access hatch beside the bay door. Figure 5 minutes should do us? R2 tweeped. You can get that baby started in that short a time? R2 tweeped again, indignantly. Okay. Once you get it to turn over, those things are candy to fly. I doubt she's got the juice in her to make it to Cyblock, but I know a fellow on Budpock who'll buy her, no questions asked, cargo and all. The proceeds should get me back to the core, and you to Cyblock no problem. Not again, groaned 3PO, as he, R2, and Yarbok hastened across the decking to the Aqualish ship. I do hope we can arrive at a more convincing disguise this time. I must say that I am quite frankly becoming very tired of being treated as the potential personal property of every sentient being we meet. Not to worry. Yarbok pulled the hatch shut behind them and twirled the locking rings. For a space-going civilization, the Aqualish had some surprisingly primitive features on their ships. He toddled ahead of the two droids to the bridge, where he hooked R2 into the computer core again and perched on the stool before the console, his furry little feet dangling. I have a plan, one that doesn't depend on you two pretending to be anything you're not. 3PO said nothing, but in the portion of his central processing unit that formed opinions as protocol paradigms for communications facilitation, he reflected that he was heartily sick of plans. They were undoubtedly doomed. From the dense shadow at the base of the plateau, Luke looked up the striated cliff face at the matte black jumble of Seti Ashgad's compound, and wondered how many of those glowing rectangles of yellow and white denoted occupation. Was one of them Leia's prison? Or were they holding her somewhere in the heart of the house, within the rock of the plateau itself? Shivering in the dense cold, he reached out with his mind, seeking to touch hers Leia. But did not know if she could hear. In the darkness, the whisper of the Force around him was very strong, pressing on his mind, tugging at all his thoughts, so that he was hard put to keep it at bay. Even as there were ways of using the Force to keep from being seen, so it was possible to keep from making an image on certain types of sensors. Luke hoped that such minor use wasn't sufficient to trigger a reaction elsewhere on the planet. What was happening elsewhere in the galaxy as a result of Leia's kidnapping? What other events that kidnapping would have been coordinated with? He didn't like to think. He'd brought a toolkit from Kroig's shop, leaving most of his slender finances to pay for it, and it didn't take long to rewire the alarm and spring the door catches. His small glow rod showed him a permacrete parking bay containing a sleek black mobcat chariot, and by the stains on the floor there were two other speeders usually in residence, one of them with a faulty rear coil. Turbolift doors gleamed dully in the light. Luke ran the beam along the wall, seeking a stairway door, and Drox the size of his thumb waddled and skittered out of his way. The stairway, he thought, was going to be bad. The Force was life, Yoda had said, connecting all living things. What he felt, standing in the doorway to the stair and reaching up with whatever senses he could muster, Luke had never felt before and never wanted to feel again: life, thick and cloying. Life huge and all-encompassing. There couldn't possibly be that many creatures in the stairwell. Billions. The sense of life there was overwhelming, and yet there was something hideously wrong with it. Something ugly, evil, rotted. A dirty miasma, a sense of fermentation, swollen like cancerous tissue, rotted and foul. Luke had no idea how to interpret this, no concept of what this meant, or even if his perception were accurate. He couldn't even tell if it was billions of lives he felt, or only one, huge and vile and waiting. But Leia had to be up there. The lightsaber hummed to life in his hand. He maneuvered the little clip-on glow rod from the toolkit onto the front flap pocket of his coverall, flicked it on. Permacrete steps ascended to a landing, then turned out of his view. Darkness, and something moving along the walls. With the choking inner sense of evil, it was impossible to determine anything else about what might be up there: shape or size or sound or smell. Cautiously, Luke began to climb. He passed one landing, two, then three. Each break in the stair was 20 steps up. The plateau looked well over 300 meters high, but there was no telling how deep the foundations of the house extended. As far as Luke could tell, there were no holocams or viewers in the stairwell, only a close crowding monotony of permacrete walls, grimy with the brown tracks of Drox. The join of the walls and floor was almost sepia with the noisome exudations of their bodies. Pain stabbed him in the calf, and he looked down to see half a dozen huge Drox the length of his thumb wriggling and climbing up his boots. Several had bitten through his pants leg and into the flesh already. Disgusted, he pulled a hypodriver from his belt and used the shaft of it to dislodge those that hadn't bitten yet, but more were crawling purposefully toward him across the floor. As he bent down, the light of his little glow rod fell on them, and to his surprise he saw that several of the biggest had definite limbs, pincer-clawed or tentacular, sometimes both on the same organism. He stepped quicker, reminding himself that Arvid said they simply died and dissolved in the flesh. But the pain in his calf was followed by weariness, a cold lassitude, an ache in his chest, and the sudden, overwhelming desire for sleep. He stepped around a corner, and onto another landing, and there they were. The floor was brown with them. Among the glistening mass there were half a dozen nearly the size of Luke's hand, spider-shaped or arthropod, some with the batrachian, springing legs of a cabuloid padhopper. Luke fell back, appalled, and something struck him from behind, fastening to his back between the shoulder blades, and pain like the slice of a chisel jabbed the back of his neck. He flung himself back against the wall, crushing whatever it was against the permacrete, but as if that had been a signal the Droids on the floor hopped and skittered and flowed toward him. The pain on his neck still re-echoed, though a sticky fluid trickling down his back told him that whatever had attacked him was dead. He turned to flee down the stairs and saw that the Droids had gathered in behind him, big and small, some of them huge, legged, toothed, and fast as lizards. Weakness flowed over him with the agony of 100 bites, as if all his veins had been open. Not blood loss, he knew at once, but life loss, the draining of the electrochemical field of his nervous system, of the life essence of his flesh and heart. He fell against the wall, clinging to the permacrete to stay upright, knowing that if he went down among them he was a dead man indeed. They evaded the slashes of his lightsaber, a weapon too big to touch them, too slow for all its speed. On the steps ahead of him Luke saw the biggest Droid of all, nearly twice the size of his two fists bunched together, carcinomorphic, staring at him with two bright eyes on short stalks, and he thought, it's sentient. Or nearly so. And he knew somehow that it was this thing that had orchestrated the attack on him, letting him come so far up the steps that there was no chance of descent. He cut at it, staggering with weakness. The thing sprang aside. Luke's knees gave out and he fell, gasping, dizzy, pain stabbing him as if he were rolled in needles. And he summoned the Force. Like a shining wind he called it, and like a shining wind it came, tearing the Droids from his body as Vader had once torn cabinets and spools and railings from the infrastructure of the carbon freeze chamber on Bespin to hurl at him. But the Droids he hurled away, crushing them against the walls, staggering to rise as more flowed toward him, from up the stairs and from below. He thought, I can't do this. The balance of the Force is broken. This will destroy some other place. But when they fastened on him again, stabbing with greedy mouths through the ripped cloth of his suit, panic and horror seized him, and he knew that he must use the Force or die. Like a whirlwind the psychokinetic energy ripped and chopped at them. Plucked them up and flung them against the walls, down the steps, and Luke had glimpses, in the jarring swirl of splintered light, of the bigger Droids seizing and fastening their mouths upon the smaller, then hurling themselves at him. The choking sensation of rotted, fermented life blotted his brain, more and more life, as if each Droid were bloated on the lives of those it drank. In for more creds, so let's rob the bank, thought Luke. No sense in being inconspicuous now. He directed the Force before him, and staggered up the stairs, climbing on his hands and knees, while above him he had the sense of the big arthropod Droid retreating, claws clicking on the floor, eye stalks watching him like evil stars out of the darkness. What's that? Leia whirled at something that was less a sound than a stabbing in her mind, a tightening in her chest, flicking her consciousness like a whip. From deep below them in the locked and sealed tower came a crashing sound, something falling. The listener bee caught up a white lamp and sprang up the steps to the downward leading door, pressed himself to it like a spider. At the same moment, one of the other Therans camped on the roof cried out, pointing. With a shiver, Leia saw one of the clapped-out grenade launchers rise from where it lay and begin to smite itself against the black shielding of the central gun. Eerie in the uncertain starlight, it crashed against the metal wall, over and over, bending the metal of its own barrel in its violence, untouched by any hands. Leia pressed back against the parapet, wondering if she were the only one to hear a sound like dim shouting, the clamor of voices within her own mind, crying something she did not understand. Then the voices dimmed. The grenade launcher fell to the pavement again, its barrel bent nearly 90 degrees. In the silence, the yammer of the CUPA on the ridge behind the gun station sounded suddenly clear. "The Force," whispered Kalista. "Someone is using the Force." Leia shuddered. All desire that Kallista's words had roused in her to learn to use the Force for good trickled away like ice melting in the summer sun. "Not if that's what it is. Not if that's what I could become, mindless Piao or Hamrinkin rake." "Beldorian V. Maybe," said Kalista. "He still has that power within him, though he can't use it, or control it, as once he could. That's why he wanted you under his control." Leia shook her head. "I don't understand." The very air seemed to whisper with a lambent horror, violence waiting just beyond the finger touch. The Force here. Could it have done something to him? "Not the Force," said Kalista. "DZYM. And the Droids. They're life drinkers, Leia. They are the Death Seed Plague." The Grismas knew. They seeded the planet with Droids, hoping those political foes they exiled here would die. But the light of the sun fragmenting through the crystals here generates a radiation that weakens the electrochemical bonds of their tissues. It prevents the larger Droids from damping the electrochemistry of organic life until they're absorbed harmlessly by their hosts. The smaller ones it kills outright. "I don't know how the Prophet Theras knew this," she went on. "So little is known of him. Certainly he never knew that it was the Droids who caused the plague, only that no ship large enough to carry heavy shielding should be permitted to leave the planet. He may have been a spy, or a politician opposed to the Grismaths. But at least he understood that the planet must be kept in quarantine. Over the years that must have extended to forbidding larger ships to land. Somehow he must have known there was a connection. And Ashgad took them out in the flesh of the Synthrids," said Leia softly. "How could he do that? How could he get them past the quarantine screens? How can DZYM control them the way he does?" "I can't prove this," said Kalista softly. "But I think the Droids are sentient, after a fashion. Even the littlest ones. They mimic shapes, chemistry, electromagnetic currents, anything, down to the cellular level. That's why they can't be detected. I think in some ways they mimic intelligence as well. They become of the same substance as their hosts, even as they're drawing the life out of them and into themselves." And the big ones, the Captain Drox, can draw life out of the victims through the smaller ones, without themselves attaching to their hosts. That's when they get dangerous. She went on, shaking her head. The more life they drink their victims, or each other's, the more intelligent they become. Bigger, and more capable of mutability. Those things you described in the stairwell of Ashgad's house weren't related to Drox, they were Drox. Drox grown big from eating one another, from absorbing one another's energy. People used to eat them, to absorb life and energy into themselves. Does it work? The memory of Beldorian digging around in his cushions and popping Drox into that huge, slime-dribbling slit of mouth came revoltingly back to her. In its way, said Kalista. In its way. The stab of pain, of terror, struck Leia again, the voices clamoring in her brain, and 100 meters off the black mouth of a canyon suddenly spewed forth a whirl of dust, like sparkling smoke in the starlight. Not a breath of wind stirred, but she saw boulders, slabs of crystal and granite and basalt, leap like fish in the maelstrom, and heard the hammer and crash of them striking the canyon's walls. Panic closed her throat. Kalista sprang to the top of the parapet, barely touching the maze of beams and wire for balance, staring out across the salt-white wasteland at the sudden whirl and rise of dust from that direction that collected slabs and boulders as it came. Beneath them in the gun station, other things were falling, or hammering frenziedly against the walls. Then the horror sank again, the voices in her mind stilled. Leia wondered why she thought they had been saying her name. Kalista stepped down, her gray-black veils stilled, though they had whipped around her as if windblown while she listened. That's too big for it to be simply Beldorian looking for you. Her eyes were grave. Something else is going on. This is only my opinion, you understand, but I think that the Drox become part of the brain of those who eat them. And the bigger ones, if they're eaten, exert influence even after they're consumed. I know the bigger Drox, the truly big ones, the size of a piton, can control the little ones. 1 ZYM. Kalista! Be cried out a warning. At the same moment sudden wind erupted from below the parapet, pouring out of the canyons all around the gun station. Grit ripped Leia's face, chunks of gravel and flying arrowheads of broken crystal gouged her cheeks and forehead. Above them and on all sides the beams and timbers of the defensive works began to shake, wire and rivets groaning and writhing like live things. Scarred face cut by shrapnel, arms covered with Drox digging into his flesh, the listener emerged from the doorway of the tower and ran to where Kalista stood, even as the grenade launchers, the stacks of pellet guns and spears, were sent sprawling by the kick of some giant, invisible foot. One of the flamethrowers began to spout fire. Be caught it up, hurled it over the parapet. Leia saw it flare like a torch on its way down before it exploded, halfway down the face of the tower. While other Therans grabbed metal cable that fell from the beams, snaking and snatching at them, Kalista knocked ammunition loads and power cores out of every weapon she could lay hands on, hurled them after the flamethrower into space. One exploded seconds after it left her hands, and by the reflected glare Leia saw the other woman's face, calm and weirdly peaceful in the whirlwind of her long dark hair. Leia stooped, caught up a blaster rifle whose whole chamber glowed violent red, flung it over the parapet. Visibility was down to almost nothing with the dust, and the violence of the storm was fast tearing the swaying beams free. A coil of razor wire sprang loose and lashed across Leia's back like a whip, blood soaking into her clothing as Kalista dragged her to the cable the Therans had used to climb the tower. Climbing down a cable after having scrambled up only hours ago was the last thing Leia wanted to do. But she felt the force of the horror building, not diminishing. Through the voices crying in her mind, she thought she heard Luke's voice, sensed Luke's terror and desperation. She knew to the marrow of her bones that to remain in this place, with the forces being unleashed, might well mean death. She swung over the parapet, wrapped her hands around the cable, icy wind ripping at her long hair and raking her back with sand through the rent in her shirt. It seemed to her she descended forever, alone in howling darkness, with flying boulders shattering against the tower walls and beams and wire raining down past her. How Bee and Kalista guided the band to the CU-PA and speeders clustered on the canyon ridge, she didn't know. Unlike ordinary winds, these terrible upheavals in the force were not averted or thwarted by the canyon walls. They ripped and tore at the Therans as they worked their way upward along the canyons, away from the center of the storm. Leia clung to the neck of her borrowed CU-PA, glimpsing only now and then Kalista riding beside her, dragging the beast along by the rein. All the time she could hear Luke's voice, feel his consciousness in the storm. Leia! The cry echoed down the stairwell, a man's voice wrung with agony and despair. Luke stumbled, and let the force around him fade and ease. She's there. Or someone up there knows where she is. Clinging to the wall, knees jellied with weakness, he readied his lightsaber again, made himself find the strength to climb. The psychic stench of the Droids was overwhelming. It washed over Luke as he neared the door, and saw what lay in the room beyond. It was far too deep in the plateau to be the foundation of the house. Probably a guard chamber or security watchroom of some kind, long abandoned. Walls, ceiling, and floor, it swarmed with Droids, a vast hideousness drunk and redrunk from Droid to Droid until the whole air was black with it. Luke saw, scuttling along the wall, the carcinoform Droid that seemed able to command the others, weirdly like a general reviewing troops, but that awareness was only for an instant. A man lay in the midst of the room. He had ceased trying to get up, though Luke saw him pluck weakly at the brown, squirming things as they covered his face. The stalk-eyed Commander Droid scuttled in now and then to pluck smaller Droids from the dying man's body, drinking them dry and casting them aside to be picked and finished by the tinier fry that skirmished around the edges. Luke was raising his hand, ready to summon the Force again, when movement flickered in the doorway on the opposite wall, the doorway that led to a further ascending flight of stairs, and a soft voice whispered, Now, what have we here?" "Shoo shoo." The Droids scuttered from their victim, and Luke slapped the glow rod on his chest into darkness, and stood back out of the room's single dim orange ceiling lamp. They retreated, but remained close around the man, who lay now in the midst of the floor, smallish and slim and graying and vaguely familiar. His clothing was torn in 1,000 places to reveal flesh all dotted with the red marks of their bites, and his chest rose and fell with the desperate effort to breathe. The man walking toward him from the doorway Luke definitely recognized as Seti Ashgad's secretary, DZYM, said to be an inhabitant of this planet. But his mind still open, still conditioned to the reactions of this place. Luke felt the miasma of him, the vast, dark, stinking aura of rotted power, an aura so huge, so dense, that it nearly made him sick. Dizwayam whispered, "Shoo shoo," again, and the circle of Drox expanded infinitesimally. The big stock-eyed one started to scamper for the doorway, where Luke stood, and Dizwayam strode forward and caught it in 2 steps, lifting it up between his gloved hands. The thing clawed frantically at him with its pincers, and Dizwayam laughed, a horrible sound, like a computer recording of laughter, or a bird that has been taught to mimic the sound. Dizwayam released one hand, and with small, sharp brown teeth pulled off the violet leather glove, and Luke saw that his hand bore only the most superficial resemblance to a human limb at all. It was, in fact, a sort of mouth, orifices gaping on the palm and at the ends of the fingers, tinier mouths all red and probing, like the heads of maggots, which Dizwayam then fastened around the crab thing's body. Dizwayam closed his eyes, and drew deep his breath. The Drock in his hand squirmed horribly, weaker and weaker, and Dizwayam smiled in his reverie. "Ah, I've been hunting you for a long time, my little friend." "Sweet." He drew another rapt breath, like a man savoring wine. "Sweet." At his feet the prone man rolled over, and started, feebly, to try to rise. Dizwayam put his foot down hard on the victim's chest. "I thought we had an understanding about this, Legis," he said in his soft voice. "I thought you knew what the boundaries of Seti Ashgad's house were to be. Tell me that you knew." The man Legis whispered, "I knew," while Dizwayam closed his eyes again, and lifted the still wriggling superdrock to his face, where he bit and chewed at it with his mouth for a time, murmuring in his throat and sighing while brown matter ran down his chin and neck. In time he dropped the thing, and smiled, his blotted mouth like nothing human. "They're so good, when they get that big," he murmured. "So sweet. Such a deep rush of life, such a concentration, though that little fellow was getting a wee bit big for his boots." He went to his knees at Legis's side, and the man tried to roll away from him, bringing his arm up over his face for protection. Dizwayam reached out with his bare, dripping mouth hand, and drew him back over. "As I suspect you are, my friend." Legis made a weak noise of protest, whispered, "Please Ashgad, I haven't finished installing the launch vectors." But Dizwayam was clearly not paying any attention. He pulled off his other glove and began to stroke and caress the man's face and arms, leaving trails of bites and gashes along the major arteries and along what Luke recognized as the energy tracks of certain healing systems, the paths of electromagnetic synapse from heart and liver and brain. Dizwayam's eyes were shut in ecstasy, his head bowed forward, and Luke thought he could see restless, thrusting movements among the man's clothing, as if there were other limbs twitching on his back and chest, other mouths gaping and closing. Legis wept a little, and then lay still. He whispered, "Leia." And that decided Luke. Lightsaber flaring to life in his hand, Luke reached out with the force and pulled Dizwayam from Legis, as he had pulled the Drox from himself, and hurled him against the wall. But Dizwayam was nimble and swift. He scrambled around, twisted as he struck the wall and fell to the floor, gummed mouth parting in a hiss of rage, and for a moment Luke felt the force used to strike at him in return. Not an expert's blow, not trained but present, like poltergeist anger or the aimless psychokinesis of certain animals. Weakened as he was by the Drox, it was strong enough to knock him back against the wall. He caught his balance, sprang forward, and Dizwayam backed from him, pale eyes glaring, the front of his robe falling open to reveal the squirming mess of tubes and tentacles and secondary mouths beneath. The Force smote Luke again, weak and second-hand and stinking in his mind. Second-hand, absorbed from someone else, he thought. Then Dizwayam was gone. The door to the stair leading up slammed. Luke could hear the locking rings clang over. He was readying his lightsaber to cut through the wood when a tiny breath behind him whispered, "Run! He'll use the Droids who've bitten you." Luke turned. The man Legis tried to reach out toward him, to move his bloodied hand. They're his to command. They'll be in the stair. Luke reached him in 2 strides, went to one knee at his side. Lady Solo. Gone. Fled. Looking for her Beldorian and Ashgad. I thought I could make good. Get out. Synthrid's down. Thought I could find her. In the open doorway to the downward leading stair there was a dark glitter along the floor, a skittering movement that turned to a slow, sluggish flow. The dense, fetid sense of a million rotted lifetimes rolled out, like the smell of clotted blood. Luke slipped his arm under Legis's shoulders, pulled him to his feet. Do you know where she might have gone? The lolling head rolled. The older man breathed. Bleak Point Gun Station. Or a canyon in the hills. I don't. Never mind, said Luke, breathing deep, gathering to him the strength of the Force. We'll find her. It was use the Force or die, he thought, and he wondered what they would say about it, Obi-Wan, and Kalista, and Yoda. That he should die, rather than cause what he had caused last time Tinan drew the smelter in agony from his burns, his assistant unable to walk? How was he to know that Leia's absence, Leia's death, wouldn't cause greater grief, greater destruction in the Republic? And in his mind he could almost hear Obi-Wan's voice whispering, "Trust your feelings." And his instinct, he hoped, completely detached from a desire not to be sucked of life by the filthy swarm flowing toward him across the dirty permacrete floor, was clear. He smote them with the Force, clearing the way like a maniac broom. Half dragging, half carrying Legis, Luke descended the stair, shaky himself and sickened with weakness, feeling the Droids still buried in his legs and arms drawing strength from him, feeding the strength into the monstrous creature, human only in form, that went by the name of Dizwayam. The hangar doors were locked. Luke dumped the unconscious body he carried into the sleek black Star Destroyer like mobkit, ran the green laser blade of his lightsaber through the lock, and shoved and hauled the door open far enough to admit passage of the speeder. Mobkit chariots started up with a coded ignition, but Luke hadn't tinkered with speeders for 25 years to no purpose. Han joked that Luke could hotwire an Imperial torpedo platform with one of Leia's hairpins. Then they were running through the night, under the stars. The Duran riders took refuge in a grotto deep in the hills, an enormous geode of amethyst away from the storm's heart. 2 or 3 Therans illuminated glow rods or torches, and the glare of them twinkled on the rough jewels around them, the shadows moving strangely through the fugitive brightness. There must, thought Leia, be something in what Kalista said about the crystals generating a radiance that killed the Droids. There were none in the cave. After a long time of silence, hearing the boulders crashing like pebbles in the surf against the canyon walls outside, Leia asked softly, "Who is DZYM? What is he?" "He's keeping Ashgad alive, isn't he?" Kalista nodded. "As he's kept Beldorian alive and splendid all these years. I think he had dealings with Tiselda, too. The original split between them may have been on his account." Torchlight splintered over the faceted pocket of jewels in which they sat, made strange brightness over her thin face, in her colorless eyes. "He's the key to Ashgad's deal with Loriner, the key to your kidnapping along with poor old Legis's ability to cut a perfect holofake. The one who could set the Droids to drink the life out of the ship's crews at a certain moment, and no sooner. He controls them, drinks life through them. And he enjoys it," said Leia softly, remembering DZYM's face. "That's what he wanted me for, wasn't it? Because I'm a Jedi. So he could touch the Force." "I don't think that was conscious in him," she said. "He couldn't use it, really, or not use it to any degree of skill. He just wants that life, that addition to his own life. He thinks he can control them all, no matter how far they spread. I don't know, but I think he's wrong. I believe it's only a matter of time and not very much time before they get far enough from him to slip from his control, before they breed in such numbers that they'll be controlling one another, not obeying him. But he doesn't believe that. And at heart he doesn't really care. All he wants is to get off this planet, into more fertile worlds." "That doesn't tell me who he is," said Leia. "Or how he can do this." "He can do this," said Kalista, "because DZYM is a hormonally altered, mutated, and vastly overgrown 250-year-old Droid." "Hills," whispered Legis. "Up the canyon. Death's Seed takes less than half an hour." The cold within Luke was unmistakable, terrifying. He couldn't even touch it with the Force, because its molecular structure was so precisely his own. He was surprised that his voice sounded so calm. "Can we outrun it? Get clear of his range? Have to. Cross the galaxy. To do that." "No." DZYM's victim struggled to sit up, long hair moving back with the wind. "Another way." Luke's breath was beginning to drag hard by the time he halted the speeder, as far up a jagged crevice of crystalline scree as he could manage to ascend. His companion had fallen silent, and for a heart-stopping time Luke feared that the man had died and in so doing condemned him to death, as well. But Legis raised his head when Luke shook him, regarded him with dark eyes drunk with fatigue. "Ah. Knew I couldn't get out of it this easily. Ground lightning kills them. Rig a jump circuit field through the crystals. Lots of them here." Luke was already dismantling the speeder's engine with fumbling hands. Even a Mobkit chariot could not generate 1,000th of the power of the ground lightning storms. But once a crude circuit had been wired to push electricity through the huge fragments of crystal that littered the talus slope underfoot, the dim tingling of low-level current was palpable to someone sitting between the points of exchange. "It won't kill them," whispered Legis, as Luke handed him one of the thermal blankets from the chariot's emergency kit, and sat down beside him. His hands and body itched with a discomfort that never reached the level of pain. "But it weakens them to the point that they can't kill us, can't draw off our energy, and transmit it to DZYM. When the sun rises, we'll be well." Luke shivered and glanced skyward at the huge, cold, unwavering stars, wondering how much was left of the night. The electricity passing between the crystals and over the two men was too weak to throw light. Only now and then, a quick spark, or a glow, like luminous swamp gas, seemed to flicker in the air. Of greater brightness were the stars themselves, whose pallid bluish gleams seemed to be picked up by the slabs and clusters and formations of shining stone that clustered the canyon walls. He pulled his own too-thin blanket close around him. His words smoked in the wan electrical glare. "Is she all right?" he asked. "Leia?" The older man nodded. Ashgad forbade DZYM to go near her. "He's almost completely enslaved to DZYM, but at least until the Reliant was ready to take DZYM off-planet, away from all danger of the daytime radiance of the crystals, they couldn't let anyone be sure of her fate." DZYM couldn't argue with that, and this whole treaty with Gatels to get the mining rights for Lorner Corporation was DZYM's idea. To get himself off the planet, but he doesn't think like human beings. "I kept him away from her as well as I could." He let his head fall back again, on the jacket Luke had wadded up underneath it. "I say that as if I think it mitigates what I've done." "It doesn't. It's just that that DZYM. I could not go against him. But when she escaped, I couldn't let her go alone. Unarmed, with nothing. It's been a long time since I cared for anything or anyone except remaining alive another day. But Leia, Lady Solo, I should say. She was kind. And very brave. Certainly braver than I, though that could be said of the average lizard." Luke's head was swimming. With part of his consciousness, he was acutely aware of DZYM's malice, of his attempt to draw away the energy that kept Luke's flesh warm and his heart beating. But through his dizziness he heard the voices again, whispering, very close to him now. They were saying something. Saying something to him. About Leia, he thought, or at least about the image of her. He saw a slim, dark-haired woman doing something with what looked like an anti-grav unit. Programming it? The vision slid away. Who are they? He wanted to ask. Those invisible beings, the Watchers in the hills? Where were their cities, or where had their cities been before the dying of the seas? Instead he asked, "Who are you?" In the dark at the bottom of the canyon, Legis was only a sense of living, an echo of the Force, but he heard the man's chuckle. "A failure," he replied softly. The blackest sheep the house Vorn ever produced. A philosopher, I've styled myself. But my art has always been imitative, mocking up holos, striving for perfection and the belief of others. I was a harmless prankster as a child, and I loved the precision of it. I think that usually reads as hollow forger to law enforcement agencies, though men of my talents can make fortunes in the entertainment industry. But for my sins I was that rare treasure for such as Ashgad, a man whose family would not miss him. To them, for years, I have been as one dead. He sighed, and for a time there was no sound but the faint hissing of the speeder's electrical system, and the occasional pops of the free-flowing circuits jumping. "Don't be too hard on Ashgad," he whispered. "He's more a slave to Dizwyam than I am." Ironic, isn't it? That Dizwyam, who started out his life as an appetizer, should. "As a what?" asked Luke, startled. "An appetizer." Legis blinked up at him. "I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself." "Forgotten." He shook his head, trying to clear it, but the lassitude did not leave his eyes. It was Beldorian's greed, or I suppose one could say his gourmandism, that was his downfall. That Kabatsi chef of his, Zabindi, was always experimenting with enzyme enhancing and gene splicing new types of insects so they'd be tastier, juicier, more fun for Beldorian to eat. Huts like to eat sentient things, you know. They like the game of chasing them around the plate for a bit. Vile things. He shook his head again, and this time Luke glimpsed the echoes of ugly scenes long ago witnessed in his eyes. Well, Zubindi finally got the idea of enzymatically enhancing, feeding, raising a drock, mutating it in the dark, far longer than its normal lifespan. Before anyone realized what was going on, the drock had grown, and achieved intelligence, to the point where it enslaved Zubindi. It drained energy from him, but at the same time gave him back strength and energy which goodness knows he needed, in dealing with Beldorian in a sort of double vampirism. And in the end, of course, the Drock Dizwyam enslaved Beldorian as well. He managed a faint laugh, gazing up at the stars. It's certainly a lesson to us all, though I'm not sure about what. And of course, once Dizwyam began draining his strength, Beldorian was finished as a power in Hoegshul. It was easy for Ashgad to take over, when he arrived on this planet. He stepped into Beldorian's power, into his household and all his servants. And of course, into Dizwyam too. Luke wondered if that was the reason the old senator had built the house in the desert, to protect his growing son from the influence of the creature that he himself could not be rid of. And of course it hadn't done any good. In fact, I'm not sure how much of Seti Ashgad is left, in that body and that brain. Legis's voice had sunk to a murmur. For a moment Luke could not tell whether he was speaking of the elder Ashgad or the younger. Certainly not enough to go against Dizwyam's will. And as the resident expert on local conditions here, it was his job to assure Gatels and the CEOs of Loriner that the Drocks were in no way connected with the ancient Death Seed plague. It's not that difficult. They truly don't want to know. As I didn't want to know, and managed not to know, up until 7 or 8 months ago. His breath went out in another sigh. By a flicker of the moving current, Luke saw his hand grope feebly at the glittering pebbles beneath his fingers, stir at them aimlessly. Eventually, of course, the matter was pushed under my nose in unmistakable terms. I told myself I had to do something about it, get word out somehow. But the problem with somehow is that it really means later. And there was always DZYM, waiting there for me. Hungering for true life, true energy, not that pitiful low-level field that synth flesh generates, though he absorbs that if he can get nothing else. It wasn't until Leia Lady Solo came, and fought so hard, worked so hard, risked everything, that I understood how completely contemptible I had become. I did not. He hesitated. I did not wish to appear so in her eyes. Does that seem contemptible to you? Luke remembered his days of puppy love for her, and the way he and Han had vied with each other as pilots to impress her. Not only they, but every unattached pilot in the rebel fleet, it seemed, had been in love with her. It's the destination that matters, he said softly. Not the road. I fear I've left it rather late. The philosopher's voice sank to a whisper again. I was lying to DZYM. The program that will take the Reliant out past the gun stations is finished. It just needs to be input. And the first load of spook crystals is ready to be shipped. Luke winced, as sudden pain stabbed through his head. At least, he thought, growing up on this world, Ashgad wouldn't have the education that would permit him to input something as complex as a launch vector. And crystals, went on Legis, not noticing, are not the only thing it will carry. It will bear DZYM to some headquarters, where he will not be affected by the sunlight and radiance of this world. DZYM and as many Droids as he cares to take with him, to draw lives from others that he may then drink those lives from them in his turn. And so it will go on, until half the worlds of the galaxy are planets of the dead. Deep in the dark of the Transit Galactic shipping warehouse on Psi Block 12, a flare of white light sparked. There was a hiss, as of an electric welding arm, and the sudden, choking stink of sizzling plastine. R32. Complained a voice, close by but somewhat muffled. Would you please take a few more precautions to ascertain that it is safe before you undertake activities of this nature? No reply. Plastine fizzled with heat, then the tenor snarl of pop-away fasteners breaking loose. From outside came the dim, swift squeaking of wheels, the fleeing patter of feet. Really, if I had known that Master Yarbok's plan to get us to Psi Block 12 consisted of mailing us parcel post. The light vanished. Silence returned, a dreadful silence far too deep for the hub of trade between the Meridian sector and the Republic whose gateway this lifeless moon was. Then another creak and pop, and the white plastine side of a particularly large crate fell with a clatter. R2D2 set forward his balance wheel and trundled slowly out, raining styrene packing in all directions. The white glow of his visual receptor moved across the contents of the warehouse, crates and boxes stamped with shipping labels and addresses from every corner of the Meridian sector, bales of raw materials, machinery and computer equipment still muffled in goat grass casings. Apart from the cluster of containers stamped with the name and shipping number of the freighter Impartiac, out of Budpock, every crate, every bale, every casing had been opened and rifled. Machinery lay strewn across the rough gray crete of the floor. Goblets of packing material surrounded broken boxes like wads of gristle after a butchering. Near the door, 2 men in the uniforms of the shipping company lay dead, with the blue faces and bloated bellies of those who have ceased to worry about the cares of this world quite some time ago. The huge chamber stank of death. R2's wheels squeaked softly as he moved around the pile of crates, seeking a particular one. The voice that had spoken before said impatiently, "Over here!" Really, this may be the safest way for droids to travel, but it certainly has its drawbacks. The label on the crate said, Calrishan, Psyblock 12 hold for PICKTIP. The return addressee was 1 Yarbok Yem, of Dimit Station, on Budpak. A sharp sound in a corner of the warehouse made Artus swivel his cap, the light following the source of the noise. It was only a small, ranged, and sentient scavenger, sniffing for what it could get. R2 began to pry open the pop fasteners on 3PO's crate. The silence was dreadful. "Well, of course, it's quiet," said 3PO, when R2 remarked on that silence. He carefully unfolded his much-mangled joints, stepping out of the crate and picking goat grass and styrene beads out of his joints. "It's quite late at night. I suppose even major ports have to sleep sometime." "Oh, all right," he added. "The main port on Coruscant is never quiet. Nor on Kurosi. Oh, I suppose the one on Bespin is active even at the bottom of the graveyard watch. But that's no reason to say that it's too quiet." "What is too quiet?" The door of the warehouse hissed open. R2 rolled immediately behind a gutted bale of Dwimmery, and, when 3PO showed no sign of following, reached out with his gripper arm and dragged the taller droid into concealment with him. The creatures that entered the warehouse were unrecognizable in E-suits. They could have been anything from Celestins till Shitib, though one of them, by the nasal inflection of his voice, 3PO identified as a Radian. What he said in that nasally voice was, "This must have come off that last ship." "Good," rasped another voice, tinny through the E-suit's voter circuit. "They haven't been touched." "No, fester it, looks like some of them have. Let's see what we got." They entered, the tallest hauling an anti-grav sledge behind him. The sodium light on the Rodian's helmet made jarring white slices of glare, huge black rhomboids of shadow. Vermin scampered behind the crates. One of the invaders kicked aside the bodies of the dead, and while he and one comrade began systematically prying open every crate and parcel in the untouched corner, the third knelt by the bodies and checked their pockets. "What you got there?" "Pewter system. X-70. Piece of garbage. They loaded it onto the sledge nevertheless." "That silk there?" "Yeah." "What's in the crate?" "Looks like wafers. Company payroll records. Take 'em. We'll sell 'em wiped." "What?" The speaker turned quickly, as the door of the warehouse slid open again. Two low, blocky forms stood framed in the almost total darkness outside, and whatever hour of the night it might be, 3PO knew that a working spaceport was never that dark. Gold rounds of light from their visual receptors identified the newcomers as droids. Both opened fire without hesitation or parley on the looters, who fell in their tracks. The internal weapons had been reset. These droids had not fired to stun. 3PO was so indignant he would have spoken out in protest, Had not R2 sent a quick subsonic prod with his welding arm into 3PO's exposed wiring. The two new droids wavered and hissed a report over their remote transmitters. Then, receiving an answer, proceeded to take up where the human looters had left off, loading up the sledge with everything of value that had been in the Impartiac's delivery, then stripping the e-suits off the looters before they left, silent as they had come. "What in the name of the Maker," asked 3PO, "is going on?" The streets of Sideblock Xi's main transit base were lightless, save for the occasional flicker of dying emergency circuits. Most of the docking bays were empty and dark, the buildings of its transport facilities a furtive whisper of scavengers, vermin, and occasional looters, the helmets of their suits glistening in the dark. The offices of the Port Authority contained horrors, bodies long dead and rotting in the alien bacteria that even the carefully controlled atmosphere of the domed facility could not completely exclude. The Port Authority, the Republic consular offices, the fleet headquarters all had been looted of their communications equipment. In the main infirmary of the base, bodies occupied every bed, every centimeter of spare floor space, every office and closet, bodies unmarked, rotting, curiously peaceful in aspect, as if they had all slipped into sleep and from there to dissolution. Those bodies, that is, that had not been turned over, tossed about, pockets and clothing checked for what they might contain. The medical equipment in every laboratory was gone or partially dismantled for its microprocessors and transistors. A couple of decapitated 2-1Bs remained in what had been the back-to-tank room, the tank drained of its fluid and bereft of its control panel silent, their chest cavities open and dangling wires, like corpses themselves in the horrible gloom. With a slight hiss, the emergency lighting of the medical center browned out and gave up its final, feeble ghost. With darkness came a skittering, brown insects with which 3PO was not familiar scrambling along the walls. "What are we going to do?" R2 maneuvered his way into one of the offices, where an Ithorian in the white coat of a physician lay dead over her console, and plugged into the computer jack in the wall. He tweaked worriedly, light from the street outside falling across him in pale orange bars. "At the same time as the Adamantin?" said 3PO. "That's absurd. Plague vectors don't operate that swiftly, and the odds against a simultaneous mutation are 7,421 against." A couple of tweets and a wibble. "When were the last reports from anywhere in the facility?" R2 reported. Though the street below the med station had been deserted for some time, a small band of e-suited figures hurried along, dragging sheets heaped with what looked like random gleanings: monitors, circuit boards, jewelry, shoes. One of those figures staggered, caught itself against the corner of a wall. The others conferred hastily among themselves, not going anywhere near their afflicted comrade, and ran. The man they had left tried to stagger after them, then sank down, helmeted head resting on his knees. In 10 minutes or so, during which R2 gave 3PO a precis of the progress of the plague in all reported quarters of the Meridian sector, the green light on the looter's e-suit went to amber, then to red, visible as a tiny dot of brightness across the street. Through the smoky transparisteel of the facility's environmental dome, the orange streak of a departing ship could be seen. A few moments later, the street lamps went out. The nights on Side Block 12 are long. The small moon on which it is built has a rotation period almost synchronous with its orbit. The great, glowing mass of the planet Sideblock is only occasionally visible from the port facility there, as a huge gold and green disk low in the sky. It did not show that night. Until the harsh light of the primary, RDS 992, flooded through the port's dome, Artu worked alone, sending 3PO out on scavenging expeditions to various laboratories for what he needed and improvising what the protocol droid could not find. By that time it was safe, the streets were deserted save for the dead. In time Artu was ready. But it's useless. 3PO protested, looking down at the little stack of circuit boards and wiring that the astromech had hooked into the medical center computer. There isn't enough amplification in that modulator to get a signal out of the system. Don't get smart with me, he added to Atu's tweeted reply. I found the only thing on your list that was available. You should be glad I was able to retrieve that. There's absolutely nothing usable left in the Port Authority, or in any one of the shipping companies. Artu hooked another circuit into the loop. And I don't see what good that's going to do. If there's known to be plague here, no one's going to come near enough even to hear a distress signal except more looters. 3PO did not even add we're doomed. There was, perhaps, enough true doom, enough complete hopelessness, in the silent streets he had spent the night traversing to have stilled that particular observation. 3PO had seen dead humans, but the scale of this devastation awed him. The implications of looters innocent of quarantine regulations scattering even now to every corner of the Republic in all available transport horrified him still more. So when Artu gave him his instructions, 3PO obeyed. Thin as a thread, on a beam that wouldn't get much past the world that had been their goal for so long, the signal went out, in basic and every one of 6 million galactic languages, just to be on the safe side. Help! What do you mean, you can't get a response from Sideblock 12? Han Solo slapped the comm button on the office view screen of the Duran base comptroller, much to the annoyance of the comptroller herself. There should be a half-dozen cruisers in port there. The comptroller shouldered her way past him to be in full view of the screen. Is there no signal at all, or is there interference? No signal at all, ma'am. The extremely young midshipman in charge of the communications room saluted nervously. The Quran and the Freighter, both out of Sideblock, both reported in as of 3 hours ago. Where are they? Demanded Solo. It had been a nightmarish flight to the Duran orbital base. By the time the Millennium Falcon had cleared the dense and stormy atmosphere of Exodo 2, the advancing fleet had been close enough to pick them up on sensors. TIE fighters, of the old-fashioned LN type but perfectly serviceable, had been dispatched. While Lando, a good pilot but a less than reliable shot, had dodged and veered through the gas clouds of Odos and the nearby fringes of the Spangled Veil Nebula. Chewie and Han had manned the gun turrets, accounting for 2 of their pursuers before the thickness of the glowing dust clouds and the danger of floating chunks of ice the size of small moons, which swam up with horrifying unexpectedness from the shimmering soup of visual and electrical interference, discouraged pursuit. Han had geared and tinkered with the engine to reduce impulse power below the range of detection, and at greatly reduced speed, the Falcon had all but drifted out of the fighter's range. Either they're too short-handed to risk a scout in this mess, Solo had remarked, watching the engine vibration of the remaining two TIEs retreat into the distance, the only dependable means of detection on board Dash. Or they're in a hell of a hurry and don't think we're worth stopping for. Or they think they got us with that last shot. Lando was nervously calculating the probable locations of the huge ice chunks that were out there, somewhere, in the soaked screens of glittering whiteness that drifted everywhere in both visual and sensor pickup. Chewbacca had growled and snarled a retort that they had gotten them with that last shot. That black chunk rapidly disappearing into the dust clouds was their rear starboard stabilizer. Because of the extreme lightness of the floating ice mountains within the nebula compared to the density of the Falcon. 7 or 8 of these enormous blocks began to drift toward the smuggler vessel and followed it, like banthas in love with a speeder, for some distance, until out of range of the fleet's sensors Lando was able to lay on a little more speed. But it was not a pleasant journey. By the time they fetched up in the comptroller of Duran's office, Han was in no mood to be told that no vessels or crews could be released to him from the slender reserves still at the station. "Captain Solo, if you please." The comptroller thrust her way around him, to face her communications officer again. "Have you attempted to contact Budpock Base and inquire, Midshipman Brandis?" "Budpock doesn't know anything, ma'am. They say communications with Cyblock went dead about 48 hours ago, no reason given. There's been a lot of static interference, nothing's getting through. They sent a drone visual but it hasn't come back yet." "Thank you, Midshipman." Solo was reaching for the comm button and taking in breath to demand the whereabouts of the two ships out of Cyblock. For an elderly, diminutive, and rather stout woman, the comptroller had very quick reflexes and cut the transmission before a word could be spoken. "As you know, Captain Solo," said the comptroller with quiet precision, "the Republic's treaty with Duran specifies protection, not only of the existing majority planetary regime but also, as a backup, of the system itself. We have barely gotten the plague isolated on this base. The planetary government has only just regained a foothold in the capital and over the transportation and communication systems, and the insurgent faction is equipped with suborbital and supraorbital vessels that have already wreaked great havoc on this station. This is not the time to strip our forces. The sector is being invaded." Han spoke slowly, trying to hold down his temper, knowing that this was an officer who would meet shouting with an icy stone wall. "Then why have I not been contacted by either the Chief of State or the Senate Inner Council?" When she said, "Chief of State," she fixed him with a beady dark eye. She knew perfectly well who he was married to. "Because the council is deadlocked over the appointment of a successor, and nobody's going to risk starting a war they may have to repudiate when Leia shows up again, if Leia shows up." Han drew a deep breath and let it out. "You're right," he said. "Leia always started negotiations by saying you're right." He'd frequently told her that such untruth would eventually cause her tongue to turn black and fall out of her mouth. "Maybe I'd better see if I can contact the Chief of State on the private channel. It sometimes works better than the military ones." Lando and Chewbacca were crowded together with the single clerk in the outer office because of the outbreak of the Death Seed plague in its lower quarters. The entire orbital base was short-staffed, every screen around them covered with readouts. "This bad, old buddy." Lando turned in his chair. "We got 2 more scouts missing." There's a whole corridor right down the center of the sector blacked out. I'll bet you any money it's those little whatever they are missiles, coming out of hyperspace shooting. Come on. Han grabbed him by the arm and hauled him out of his chair and out of the room, Chewbacca striding like a giant, fungus-covered tree at their heels. What the? The corridor was deserted. Quarantine signs and barriers were everywhere, at every gateway to the lower levels. Han's skin prickled at the thought of being in the same installation with the Death Seed. He wondered how soon anyone would know of infection. How was it transmitted? How long an incubation period did it have? Months? Minutes? Does Wingtip Thiel still operate out of Algar? Wingtip? Calrissian looked confused at the sudden introduction of one of their less reputable computer slicer colleagues into a military operation. I think so. He did last time I talked to him. How soon can you get there? And can he still slice into the Algar Pleasure Dome's central computer core? Hell, Wingtip could slice into Fleet Central and forge the personnel records of any corporation in the galaxy back to the Old Republic without anybody being the wiser. But what? Han shoved his friend against the wall and frisked him for his pocket recorder. Get the first ship you can out of here and get there. Take the emergency cache from behind the Falcon's starboard bulkhead. But what about fixing the stabilizer? What about? Just do it, okay? Tell Wingtip I need the best hollow fake of Leia he can make. Absolutely top class, narrowest bands, latest recordings, background perfect, the whole 9 meters. Give him the emergency cache as a down, and tell him I'll give him 30,000 in 2 weeks. Swear anything, sign anything. 30,000? And you're planning to rob which bank to pay for this? Let me worry about that. He checked the pocket recorder, glanced around to make sure they were unheard, though the corridor outside the comptroller's office was deserted. The whole quadrant of the base was deserted, the crew and guards of the 2 cruisers still on base confined to their ships in the hope of avoiding infection, those few not in sick bay or the morgue keeping to their rooms. Best and latest scrap of Leia, understand? He said softly. Tell him to futz it up with a little interference so the join lines don't show. I want him to gimmick up the broadcast so it looks like it's being relayed in on the main line from Coruscant. And this is what I want her to be saying. You're the brother, aren't you? After a long silence, in which he seemed to have sunk into sleep or death, Legis stirred. His voice was barely a thread, and Luke, shivering uncontrollably in the night's bitter cold, wondered if either of them would survive till morning. Skywalker. The Last Jedi. The first of the new batch, I hope. He thought about those he had trained KYP, so intense and so frighteningly powerful. Tyan and her music. Clio with her talents for healing. Some had already departed Yavin 4 to seek their own paths, their own work. Some, like his faithful Dorsk 81, were already on the other side. There was a new recruit, a Bith, of all things and more, over the years. With the help of the Force, many more. If he died tonight, they'd be able to go on, somehow. The memory of Kalista on Yavin 4 was piercing, pain more intense than any he had experienced in his flesh. He remembered her teaching Tyan the finer points of the lightsaber or sitting on the terraces of the old temples in the apricot sunset light, speaking of her own master Jin Altus and his floating stronghold in the gas clouds of Bespin. The morning Luke had brought the image tank that Han and Leia had found in the crypts of Belsavis. Kalista had showed them all how to call shapes in it, how she had learned to use such a thing as a tool to strengthen her command over the Force. While the students shrieked with laughter and congratulations at one another's successes, Kalista had left in silence. Coming out a half-hour later, Luke had found her standing on the terrace, staring out across the jungles at nothing, willing herself not to feel. "I should have realized it earlier," went on Legis. "The planet draws Jedi. At least Beldorian always claimed to be a Jedi, and he got that lightsaber of his from somewhere, though that horrible woman Tiselda claims that it was originally hers. She sent that poor girl of hers to steal it back." "Girl?" Luke's heart stood still in his chest. He tried to keep the flare of fear, of hope, from his voice, but must not have succeeded, for in the starlight the older man's eyes seemed to change, understanding. "A young woman named Kalista." Luke felt for a moment unable to breathe. He remembered his own willingness to do whatever Tiselda asked, not only in the hopes that she would lead him to Kalista but out of the urgent desire to please her that seemed to be one of the uses of the control mind of the dark side of the Force. Of course Kalista would have lied to Officers Grupp and Snaplance about leaving Hueg Shul of her own free will. She had left to do Tiselda's bidding. If she came to harm, he thought, I will. Will what? Kill Tiselda? And Beldorian? And who else? None of it would bring Kalista back. Release your anger. Truly release it, and let it evaporate like the drops in the sunlight. Legis was still watching his face. Beldorian took her prisoner, of course, he said, his voice gentle, as if speaking to a man who had been hurt in some accident, or who had fallen hard and far. She was no match for him, and Ashgad's Synthroids. She seemed to think Tiselda could make her a Jedi, and Beldorian wanted her taken alive because he thought she had some kind of Jedi power, though that wasn't the case. Beldorian had some thoughts of enslaving her himself, but he ended up giving her to Dzym. One does. And you did nothing? Luke's hand balled tight. The urge swept him to strike this helpless man where he lay, and Legis knew it. He flinched, but made no effort to ward off a blow. At the whisper of his indrawn breath, Luke remembered him dying among the Droids, remembered Dzym with blood and brown slime running down his monstrous mouth, and pity for him swept away his rage. No, he said softly. What could you have done? The Force, he thought. The dirty echo of the Force I felt in Dzym's power. As if through a mouthful of dust, he asked, what happened to her? They had her after Luke escaped. I overheard Beldorian and Dzym. I told her what agreed. She escaped that night. I don't know what became of that. She was very bitter. Found that he was breathing hard. I have to find her, he said softly. I have to tell her. His voice trailed off. In the lifeless silence of the canyons, brown lightning flickered somewhere far off, as if an echo of the tiny, artificial field in which they sat. Tell her what, my friend? Legis's voice was gentle. That you love her? She knows that. It is the one thing that she has never doubted. You spoke to her? He moved his head a little, yes, thin hands folded on his chest. Then you know that I have to see her. Do you think she thinks so little of you, that she believes you'd turn against her for her lack of power? From the darkness his voice came, tired and disembodied. Many years ago I loved a woman, a girl, really. She was very young. It was like nothing I have known, before or since. At times it felt almost as if we were brother and sister, two halves of the same whole, and at others it seemed as if our passion for one another colored the world like firelight. I can't explain it, if you haven't felt the same. Luke whispered. I have felt it. Like me, she was a wanderer, wanting to know what lay beyond the stars. Like me, she was adept with machines and tools. A bit of a cynic, like me, but with a passionate heart. But she had her own road, he said. I don't think she ever loved me less, but it was a road that I could not follow. I did try. But sometimes, you have to let them go. Not this. Not Kalista. Not the one thing in his life that he'd ever wanted this badly. The words came hard. I can't. Well, every case is different. Legis's deep voice was so thin that Luke risked illuminating the glow rod on his torn and ragged flight suit, so that he could check the philosopher's fingertips and eyelids. His pulse was weak but steady, his breathing shallow and slow. I went after her. Under the discolored lids his eyes moved, as if he could still see her face. The brows pinched. Like a fool, I thought I was the only person who could ever teach her what I thought it was she had to learn in this life, that I was the only person who could give her what she needed for all that long and winding road of the human span. And all I managed to do, in clinging to her as I did, was hurt her terribly. Luke said nothing. Kallista's face came back to him in the morning light of Yavin 4's temple tower, and the voices of the adepts playing with the image tank that she herself had instructed them in. In the end, said Legis, I understood that the most truly loving thing that I could do would be to let her go, to seek her own road. I suppose it was vain of me to believe myself the only guide she would ever have or need. Or to believe that she was the only one I would ever love. Luke was silent for a time, his whole soul crying out against the darkness of the past 8 months. At last he whispered, Was she? Legis smiled and touched his wrist. I think the human capacity for loving is too great for a single loss, however enormous, to blight. At least I hope that's the case. You do not believe me now, but I have walked this road, Luke. I can tell you, if you keep walking, you do come out of the dark at last. The love I have for your sister is no less for the love I felt for both my wives, bless their long-suffering hearts. There is always love. Not like this, thought Luke. Not like this. He had meant to stay awake, to fight the drag of weariness that seemed to be pulling him to the edge of a bottomless dark well. In any case, it seemed impossible to sleep with the itching crawl of electricity tingling in his flesh, cleansing the vile energies of the Droids, and with the night's unplumbed cold. But he found himself nodding, dragged himself awake with all his strength, only to nod again. As darkness gathered him and the voices that had, it seemed, all this time been whispering in his mind stepped to the fore again, like men and women stepping out of shadows, and as he drifted from the mooring anchors of his consciousness, he could hear what they said. They spoke of time and of still, tideless waters imbued with life and heat. They spoke of the heartbeat of the moonless world, and of the stars. This was a deep-colored background on which the bright flashes of closer consciousness moved like ephemeral dayflies. Amusement and concern at the flu-trying little creatures come to live in their minute enclaves of soil and water and vegetative fluff. Worry about danger, some terrible danger. And then anger. Deep, burning, violent anger, the anger of those who have seen their friends and family members raped and murdered and enslaved before their eyes, the memory of voices outcrying in pain as their minds were stripped from them, helpless fury and pain. Don't let them. Don't let them. Why did he think they were standing all around him, looming shadows in the canyon's rocks, looking down at him while he slept? We can still hear their voices. Still they cry to us. Still they are part of us. Luke shook his head. I don't understand. He was on Tatooine. He was standing in the courtyard of his old home, restored, no longer just a subsidence half filled with sand, as the stormtroopers had left it so many years ago. There were stormtroopers in the courtyard, and out of the kitchen doorway that led into the court they were dragging Jawa, shrieking, pleading, kicking, jabbering. Aunt Beru, of course, would never have permitted a Jawa into her clean kitchen, but dimly Luke realized that this wasn't the point. Someone standing just beside and behind him, someone he couldn't see, was making these images, someone very old and very patient and very angry, trying to make him understand. Two stormtroopers seized the Jawa by the arms. A third one raised up a huge hand drill of the kind used for taking water rock samples, and drove the spinning bit down into the Jawa's head. Horribly, the Jawa continued to kick, continued to struggle, as the drill master set aside his drill and withdrew from a tub at his side a brain, naked and gray and dripping clear fluid, and packed the stuff into the opening in the Jawa's head like a sapper packing explosive into a hole. Then the Jawa ceased to struggle and remained standing passively while the two stormtroopers released it, picked up white stormtrooper armor from a giant pile in front of the workshop door, and stuffed the Jawa inside it, closing up the armor like a trooper-shaped box and locking it along one side. Though the suit was rigid while it was being manipulated, once the hapless Jawa was inside it, it became articulated, like regular armor. Though it was impossible that anything as small as a Jawa would be able to fill it out, it seemed, within, to have grown to size. It saluted the others and walked smoothly up the steps and out of sight, just as if there were a man inside. A second Jawa was brought out of the kitchen, and Beru must be having a fit. It had its head drilled and packed with brains, and was in its turn packed into armor given a weapon, he now saw, an Adgar 4X blaster rifle, and sent on its way. I don't understand. He turned, to try to get an explanation out of the one who had invented the vision, but found himself back in the canyon with Legis. He was standing over his own body and that of the engineer, and though he could have sworn that the one who had shown him the images, the one who was trying to communicate with him, had returned to this reality with him, he saw nothing behind him by the dull gleaming facets of the rock wall. Kallista's voice said to him, "It's their world, Luke. It's their world." He saw her walking away from him, her long brown hair hanging in a tail down the back of her jacket of leather and nerf wool that, though it was black in the starlight, he knew was red. Walking away down her own road in the starlight, toward a destination that he could not see. Around her, Leia was conscious that the glittering walls of crystal had changed. When she had entered the cave, a crevice far up the canyons above the land camp, she had been dazzled by the lights thrown from the thick incrustation of gems. But as she extinguished her lamp, as she had been instructed, and walked farther into the dimly radiant chamber, she was aware that somehow the deep-buried geode had been transformed, morphed into something familiar, a room she knew. Dark pillars ascended to the striated green and gold glass of the vaults. Shadows chased one another across the dull gold intricacy of the floor. Palpatine's audience hall. Why did she dimly hear the funky jizz wailing of that horrible band Jabba the Hutt had kept to play in his palace? Why did she smell, behind the perfumes and incense and subtle hurlothrombic gas with which the Emperor had flooded his court hall, the rank stink of Hutt, the greasy odor of mirrors and soldiers of fortunes? She walked farther. The fear that came over her she attributed to the gas. Her father had warned her about it, the first time she'd had an audience with the Emperor, when she was a youngster. "Don't be afraid," Bail Organa had murmured as he opened the door for her. "It's just a trick he's playing on you, to make you think he's more dangerous than he is." She had been afraid, but had known it wasn't real. That memory remained with her, that knowledge, whenever afterward she felt fear. There was someone on Palpatine's throne. Leia stepped clear of the pillars. A robed figure stooped forward, face in the shadow of a hood. She saw the gleam of eyes. At the foot of the throne huddled a woman, nearly naked in scraps of gold and silk, long chestnut hair braided down her back and a chain collar around her neck. Herself, 8 years ago. Eyes downcast, beaten, submissive as she had never been, not even in Jabba's awful palace. Hopeless, knowing that this time there would be no rescue. Her hand went to the lightsaber at her belt, but she remembered what Kalista had said, that it was better not to use a weapon until she knew against whom to use it. Leia stood still, but her heart hammered in her chest. "Droid," drawled a deep voice, a woman's voice, like smoke and honey, and she recognized the voice as her own. The robed figure on the throne put back her hood. Leia saw herself, matured and beautiful, beautiful beyond description, nearly 6 feet tall, with the attenuated, slender grace she had always envied Mon Mothma and Kalista. Though there was maturity and wisdom in her face, the crow's feet around the eyes were erased. The mouth was fuller and stronger and redder, the hair a cinnamon cloud. Every beauty idealized and raised to terrifying perfection. "Draw it. You must give it to one of us." She stood up from her throne, shrugged aside Palpatine's robe so that it folded down her back in dark curtains. Leia saw that she, too, wore the gold slave harness, jeweled and flashing, but she wore it like an imperial gown. The Empress Leia leaned back her head and laughed, and stretched forth her hands to the shadows of the ceiling. Force lightning rained from her fingers, crawled up the pillars, illuminated the perfect cheekbones, and cold auburn eyes. Behind her, as in Jabba's palace, Leia could see on the wall a man frozen in carbonite, but the contorted face was Luke's, not Han's. She didn't know where Han was. Dead, she thought. Dead of the Death Seed, somewhere in Meridian Sector. And she, the Empress, was free of him at last. "Which of us will you give it to, Leia?" The Empress jerked the golden chain, pulling the slave Leia sprawling. The wretched girl buried her face in her arm and wept, as Leia had sometimes longed to do at that time, in that place, in her life. Draw your lightsaber, and give it to one of us. This is what you must do. Leia unhooked the weapon from her belt. She held it in her hands, slender and silvery, the weapon she had made under Luke's tutelage and later feared to use. The hands of the slave Leia, clutched into fists of frustration and hopelessness, were nerveless and weak. Those of the Empress before her throne were large, strong as a man's, long-fingered, and white as Leia had always wished her hands could be. Behind the throne she could see Jason and Jaina, smiling, lightsabers in their hands, and just visible was the corner of her father's white robe, the one he had been wearing in her other dream, when Anakin had cut him dead. There was no sound but the slave girl's sobbing. The Empress walked toward her, Palpatine's robe billowing around her like wings of smoke containing the flame of her golden harness. "Give it to one of us," she commanded. "Give it to me." Leia backed away, frightened of the woman's power. "Even as bad as I am with this, I could kill her here. She deserves it, for what she did to my father." She wasn't sure why she thought this or of whom she actually spoke. If she gave it to the slave, the Empress would only take it from her. Besides, the slave was a crawling weakling, sobbing miserably, not raising her face. Leia felt a stab of shame and embarrassment, knowing that too was her. I could kill her. I could kill them both. She backed farther, holding the lightsaber in both hands, her breath coming fast. The auburn eyes, her own eyes, raised to the glory of suns, stared into hers, compelling her, as Palpatine could compel. On the dais, the slave girl groveled and wept. Leia clutched the weapon's hilt, not willing to surrender it, yet feeling she must. She was almost panting with fear, and the thin choke of gas in her throat was what brought her to her senses. It isn't real. Her father, her true father, the father of her heart, had said. It's just something he wants you to feel. She stepped sideways, out of the Empress's path. I don't have to give it to anyone, she said. It's mine, to do with as I choose. And turning her back on them, she walked out of the palace, out of the cave. Luke was able to confront Vader, said Kalista. To be defeated by him, to cut off his hand, as his own had been cut off, to accept that this was his father. To surrender that fact, and go on from there. You never had that chance. It's not an experience I'd stand in line for, remarked Leia drily. I knew Vader. I saw him tagging after Palpatine every time I went to court. Believe me, I'll never accept that he was my father. Then you'll always be the slave to his shadow. Anger sprang to Leia's eyes. For a long moment they met the other woman's gray gaze in the campfire's wavering glow, the chilly flare of sodium lamps set here and there around their camp. Most of the cultists had lain down around the mouth of the largest of the glittering caves, when the aftermath of the forest storm had blown itself out. Save for a few mounting guard farther up the canyon, they had given themselves up to sleep. B had disappeared, to commune with the night, someone said. Apparently this was what listeners commonly did, because everyone just nodded. Leia and Kalista, apart from the others, were virtually alone. It was Leia who looked aside first. Her nightmares came back to her, the shape and face of her fears. She recalled the rage that came over her, the need to prove herself other than Anakin Skywalker's daughter. She had taken and used his weapon, the Nogri, for her safety and that of her children and to repair the damage that he had done them, but she flinched from the thought of standing up and saying, "I am Lord Vader's daughter." "I don't know what it would mean," she said slowly, groping for words. "If I accepted it. If I made him a part of me, the way Luke has." "You mean for others?" Kalista wrapped her long arms about her knees, sitting perched on a smooth hunk of crystal-like fused glass, her dark hair frayed by straying winds across the crimson leather of her jacket. Those who would ask what his daughter was doing ruling the council. "Maybe," said Leia. "Mostly for myself. And for the children. It will take time." The thought of it revolted her, furious anger succeeded by the heat of tears in her throat. "No one is asking you to do it tomorrow. But if you know what parts of him are inside you, you can know what to build a wall around and what to take into yourself. Because you cannot afford not to be strong, Leia," she said. "You cannot afford to let this kind of thing happen to you, ever again." "No," she said softly. "I know that." Kalista stood and unhooked the lightsaber from her belt. The sun-yellow blade slid forth like a lance of summer into winter's dark. "Then let's begin." Sparring with Kalista was in some ways easier than sparring with Luke, though the lost Jedi was of a height with her brother, and no less exacting a teacher. Still, Kalista understood the differences in technique required of Leia's lesser height and lighter weight, knew the finer points with the instincts of one who has been rigorously coached for many years, and was far more conscious of distance and timing than any man Leia had ever worked with. As when she worked with Luke, Leia had no sense of danger whatever, no fear of the softly humming laser blades that could slide through flesh like a hot silver wire through cheese. Only a strange exhilaration, a sense of freedom that she mistrusted instinctively because it felt so utterly right. "Footwork," said Kalista dispassionately, searing a tiny curl of smoke from the rock a centimeter from Leia's much-taped golden boot. "Footwork. Don't be afraid of your spirit. Don't always be watching yourself." Leia stepped back, the blade whispering, shedding pale azure light over her sweating face, the long tendrils of her cinnamon hair hanging down in her eyes. "If I don't watch myself, I'm afraid I'll do something wrong." "I know," said Kalista. "You've watched yourself like that all your life. What are you afraid you'll do?" "Hurt someone," said Leia, and knew it for the truth from the bottom of her soul. They weren't talking about combat now. They both knew that. "You'll know when the time is to strike," said Kalista. "And when to step away. The only way to learn it is to do more of this, not less." "I don't want to be another." The words froze in her throat. "Another Palpatine?" asked Kalista. "Another Vader?" "You aren't. You're not even another Bail Organa. You're Leia." Leia was silent, regarding the soft shining blue light of the blade, the paler glow of Kallista's just beyond. Those two heatless beacons illuminated the darkness around them, isolated the two women in the heart of an ember fire, statesman and warrior, thinker and feeling heart. "Haven't you seen that yet?" asked Kalista, her voice more quiet still. "Luke has." Leia's panting breath steadied. The weapon felt more stable in her hands, more a part of herself. For the first time ever when she had held the lightsaber, she smiled. and smiling, signed to the younger woman and stepped into the fray again. It was Kalista who gestured to stop. Leia lowered her weapon. Kalista turned her head, listening, her dark, level brows drawn together. A moment later came into the circle of torchlight, his scarred, thin face intent in the braided frame of his long hair. "They're moving on the gun station," he said. "From Ruby Gulch, dozens of them. On other gun stations as well." How did he know that? Leia asked. As she and Kalista followed the others to the caves where the CU-PA and speeders were hidden, she climbed onto the back of a repulsor lift sled with 3 other cultists. Kalista swung into the saddle of a pale golden CU-PA, wrapped the gray veiling close around her face, and settled her rifle and grenades over her shoulder. "Voices tell them, they say. Voices that speak in their minds if they sleep in certain places, far back in the hills, or drink preparations of certain herbs as far as I can tell, that suppress left brain linear activity. B is a healer, strong in the Force. Many of the other listeners are, too." She tossed Leia a rifle and a bow. There were arrows in the back of the sled, being passed among those who clustered there, men and women alike, as the vehicles and animals began their swift trek through the icy darkness of pre-dawn, flowing like water down the silent canyons. "The Force is so strong here," she said softly, her gloved hand steady, easy on the CU-PA's rein. "I'd heard the rumor of it from Jin, my master. There was a story about 2 young Jedi who came here centuries ago seeking gifts and strength in the Force that they themselves lacked. Nothing further was known of them, but one of them supposedly was a Hutt. I know Hutts live a long time." She shook her head, wonderingly, as if regarding that desperate young woman of nearly a year ago, fleeing the ruin of Admiral Dala's demolished fleet and seeking a place to go, a clue to lead her through the labyrinth of her quest for her own lost gifts. "What I found, you know? Pettiness, old feuds, slavery to the base. And I thought, never again. Never again am I going to be anyone's pawn, because of the powers I was born with, the powers I don't even possess anymore. But while I was a prisoner I saw the Reliant. I had seen DZYM and guessed what he was planning." "I take it you didn't get my message?" "I got it." Leia grimly shifted the rifle on her shoulder, clung to the struts of one of the sled's makeshift gun turrets. "It's just that by that time things had progressed too far to be called off. It reached me the day I left." "You should have said you were sick." "It took Qvarks and the rationalists months to set up the meeting. They were operating in good faith pawns, not spies. I read their correspondence. I wasn't willing to risk the political repercussions of refusal." Kalista shook her head, and Leia said, "You have to make these decisions." She hesitated and then, because she herself despised surprises, added, "Luke came too. He was on Hesperidium to see me off. He took a fighter to the planet's surface, to look for you." Kallista's head turned sharply. "I don't know where he is." She looked away. What could be seen of her face was still as ivory, but above the edge of the veil, the wide gray eyes filled with tears. They rode for a time in silence, winding down the trails that were barely familiar, scattered with broken rock and shards of crystal, with dunes of gravel hurled up wholesale from the flats below. Dawn winds had started as the wan sun warmed the endless Dead Sea bottom. Squinting against it in the silky gray light, Leia could make out the taller masses of the cliffs around the gun station, the fretwork of the shattered upperworks, black against the putrescent air. "I found nothing here that would help me," said Kalista quietly. "The Force is here, but not in a form that I can touch or understand. Whatever is alive here, if anything, is invisible, intangible. Believe me, I've tried to reach it, to touch it. The listeners say it's the ghosts of the old holy men and women that speak to them, but I think they're wrong. The voices only use the shapes that the listeners have already in their minds." She shook her head, her eyes narrowing against the shadowless twilight of distances and wind. "There's a woman in Huegshul who has interests in shipping. When this is over, I'm going to contact her, see if I can get myself off planet in one of the little cargo lifters and work my passage elsewhere." "Are you going to tell Luke you've seen me?" "Whatever you wish," said Leia. "I'd like to, yes, but I won't if you'd rather I didn't." Kalista started to say something, then thought about it and asked, "What do you think would be best?" "I think it would be best if I did." "Then do so," said Kalista. "Make him understand if you can. Tell him that I will love him to the ending of my life, but that mine is a life of which he cannot be a part." Across the crystal ridges, sudden snakes of white lightning flickered, cold and pale in the dawning light. Leia grabbed the railing of the speeder as it rocked and swayed, jolted by what felt like a ground quake, though the ground beneath the anti-grav lifters was steady. An obsidian boulder several tons in mass wrenched and twisted in the rock side of the mountain before them, and the glittering talus of crystals at the foot of the cliff around them leapt upward into funnels, like toothed whirlwinds. The Therans and the speeders cried out, looking around them with weapons at the ready, and Kalista and Bee fought their Cu-Pa to a standstill moments before the beasts could bolt and panic. "Another," said Kalista softly. "Worse than before, I think. There's one with them who moves this storm." Bee's 6 lizard-black eyes were shut, listening deeply. "He brings this storm at his will, summons and directs it. That will be Beldorian." "What do we do?" asked a man on Leia's repulsor sled, looking nervously around at the cold cliffs sparkling in the new light. The world paused, it seemed, on the brink of chaos. Bee shook back his tangled braids. "We can do no other than we are instructed," said the listener. "We meet them, and die. If the horrors of watching the dying corpses of Block 12 being looted had been bad, the squabbles between looters, the remote-operated droids patrolling like whirring insects, the sight of those few expiring survivors being relieved of jewelry and credit cylinders by thieves, the darkness that followed was infinitely worse. The dome lights were gone. The dim auxiliary circuits were going. In the medical offices where, with the droid's infinite patience, C-3PO was broadcasting his distress call in alternating bands of basic and various of his 6 million language repertoire, the light had gone utterly, and only a few buildings were lit in the next square, leaking stray glimpses to show him the street below the windows, where nothing at all now moved. The body of the dead looter lay where it had been left, naked of its e-suit, which others had taken along with the computer equipment that he'd been dragging. It was little more than a black shape to 3PO's visual receptors, though it registered on his infrared for some time. The smells of alien bacteria and decay organisms choked the air. "It isn't any use," he said in time. R2D2, sitting inert as a heating unit in the corner, illuminated a single red light, inquiring. "The entire base computer core has been gutted. Even should someone attempt a landing, we wouldn't know it." R2 wibbled a reply. "Oh, very well. But it will do us no good. I expect we'll sit here until our power cells run down, and chaos and destruction will encompass the Republic." At another time, 3PO would have spoken out of a personal conviction of impending doom. Now he realized he was saying no more than the truth. "We did our best." The astromech tweaked and settled back to his resting position. It was inconceivable that either of them would do other than his best. 3PO returned to the jury-rigged microphone. "Distress on Psi Block 12. Distress on Psi Block 12. Please send an evacuation team. Please send an evacuation team. Eat City Psi Block Sit. Eat City Psi Block 12. Jiswe el Tipiqti Ava Evacuation Team 5 Negpo, Inski. Score Groom Psi Block 12. Score Groom Psi Block Sly. HCHCA Schmimch VR /Skipfith GNA Cabro and Grabiashk Moa. He dug down into the bottommost registers of his voter circuits. The Yeb language had few technical terms, and it was necessary to patch together a linguistic equivalent from. Several conglomerates are urged strongly but respectfully to coordinate activities to prevent the drowning of another conglomerate that is not a threat to any of them, nor will be in the immediate or distant future to them or to their children. He did the best he could. Bith was easier. 6-5. 12-7-8. 297. In many ways, 3PO was very fond of the Bith. Distress on Psi Block 12. Dis-R2, look. It's an incoming vessel. He pointed to the dark transparasteel, through which the transparaflex panels of the dome could be seen. Against the livid gloom of the sky, the red track of descending retros had appeared. Can you get any sort of reading on the computer? R2, who had tried already a dozen times, simply twit a negative. 3PO was already toddling toward the turbolift. They'll be coming into the port bays. By the time we reach there, they should be just about landed. Oh, thank goodness. R2 simply lowered himself down onto his third wheel, and rolled after his golden counterpart, without comment. If he had reservations about the nature of the rescuers, as deduced from the make and serial numbers of their vessels, he kept them to himself. It wasn't that 3PO hadn't considered the possibility of smugglers, looters, or space pirates. But the events that had transpired since the two droids and the unfortunate yeoman Marcopius's escape from the doomed Borealis had given the protocol droid a little more confidence in his ability to negotiate possible transport. In any case, his power core was dangerously close to reserve, and even another pod to do with space pirates seemed preferable to going cold on the dead world, leaving Her Excellency to her own devices with no one who knew where she was. All the way through the dark, utterly silent streets of the plague-stricken dome, He composed scenarios and arguments to talk his way into passage to Coruscant without informing potentially hostile or simply verbally incontinent hosts what his message and mission might be. And they all fell silent within him as he and Arta stepped through the doorway of the largest of the docking bays. And he saw before him in the actinic glare of its landing lights the black ship that stood there, an Imperial Fleet Sanar IPV system patrol craft, like a sleek-shelled crab, lowering its boarding ramp. 3PO said, "Oh dear." On the face of it, there seemed very little chance that any amount of money would persuade the inhabitants to drop him and Artu off at Coruscant. It was too late to turn tail, however. Figures in dark E-suits were coming down the ramp, both men and women. Judging from the way they walked, which was unusual for the Imperial service, followed by two black, spider-armed floating remotes that scanned the base with hard beams of white light, while the troopers crossed the stained floor of the bay to where the two droids stood. One of them, a dusky Twi'lek woman with an enormously extended helmet, touched the comm button in her suit and said, "Two of them." And again 3PO wondered. The Imperial service would ordinarily no more employ non-humans than it would employ non-males. On closer study, he identified the E-suits of Imperial design Komar 980s, but without emblems, though the sleeves and chest bore marks where emblems had been removed. No other signs of life on the base? Inquired a very small, very tinny voice from the comm. No, Admiral. Looks well and truly looted to me. There was, in fact, extensive looting during the final throes of the epidemic. Provided 3PO helpfully. My counterpart and I counted 5 separate parties of looters, and the computer core of the base system was so extensively dilapidated that we could not even use it to signal out. Put them through cleansing procedures, said the tinny voice. Bring them to me. I want to find out once and for all what's taking place in this sector. You know, R2. Surmised 3PO, when after a very thorough passage through 2 radiation chambers and a chemical bath, the 2 droids were conducted, still by the Twi'lek sergeant, to a small lift marked Private. I think this isn't an Imperial mission at all. The ship, though of Imperial design and manufacture, does not bear the markings of any of the various satrapies of the former empire. Neither do the uniforms of such crew members as we have seen. We might be dealing with a case of extensive theft of Imperial material by a completely neutral third party. The doors of the lift closed soundlessly. There was a shivering vibration as it ascended. Artu tweeped. Clandestine operation? What kind of clandestine operation would be undertaken by any of the remaining Imperial governors? I'm sure it can't be that. The doors slid open. Imperial captains and admirals always tended to favor a black sleekness in their offices, in part in the interests of spare unclutteredness, in part, quite frankly, in the interests of intimidation. The chamber into which the 2 droids stepped now was no exception. 3PO was quite well aware that computer screens and consoles lurked behind those obsidian mirrored panels. That a touch on an access hatch would summon chairs if necessary, more lamps, dictation equipment, if required, implements of torture, articles of restraint, a mirror and shaving equipment, or wine, caffeine, and beignet for that matter. But all of that was secondary to the digitalized tallying of recognitive factors concerning the woman who sat in the room's single chair. Tall, tough, and athletic in her stripped-down version of the Imperial officer's uniform, red hair hanging like a comet's tail down her back and eyes cold as ball bearings in a pale, expressionless face. 3PO had never seen her in person, but as a specialist in protocol he was programmed with all sorts of files about people who were or had been in positions of authority, and he identified her at once. "Good heavens, R2!" he exclaimed. "I seem to have been given inaccurate data. According to my most recent information, Imperial Admiral Dala should be dead." Dala said softly. "I am." Han Solo wondered whether there was any insanity in his family. He folded his arms, considering the vista afforded him by the hard transparisteel of the viewport. 2cc gunships, the Quran and the freighter, half a dozen smaller cruisers, and maybe twice that many escorts, X-wings and E-wings. They hung pale silvery against the darkness of real space, sleek white fish among the stars. The newest Republic equipment, true unlike the clunky, crotchety horrors of the rebel fleet, but all of them, he knew, understaffed with men and women pushed to the brink of exhaustion. None of them a match for what he knew lay ahead. But not a bad turnout for a faked video and a lot of bluster and fast talk. He turned from the Falcon's viewport to the main screen, where Lando, who'd hitched a ride back from Ulgar with the fleet, and his Celestin co-pilot Nien Nunb, were handling the jump extrapolations while Chewbacca studied the sensor readouts beamed in from the few remote stations on the other side of the Spangled Veil Nebula. "Pick 'em ups," Solo asked, and the Wookiee yelled assent. "Where are they headed?" "Well, judging by the point at which they came out of hyperspace," said Lando, tapping in a few more numbers, "it could be either Meridias itself, which would be stupid on the face of it considering that planet's been dead for centuries, or any of the Chorios systems." Lando looked a little tired from his fast trip to summon reinforcements, but was shaven, bathed, and sleek as usual. Han, who felt and looked like many kilometers of bad road, didn't know how he managed. "For my money it's Pedus's Chorios. They'll have their work cut out for them getting rid of all the pirate warlords who have alliances with local chiefs, but there's a lot of profit there. Nam Chorios is just a rock." "Yeah," agreed Han softly. "But by an amazing coincidence, it's the rock Seti Ashgad comes from. With all his swearing up and down he saw Leia off safe and sound. And now all of a sudden while everyone's all in a tizzy because Leia's disappeared, by gosh, somebody comes along and tries to invade Nam Chorios. But that's crazy," protested Lando, every entrepreneurial bone in his body offended to the marrow. "Who'd want anything on Nam Chorios?" "I don't know," said Han. "But I think we're gonna find that out." He leaned over the comm, opened the main link. "Captain Solo here. We're taking hyperspace jump bearing 775, coming out bearing 93932. Lando's eyes flared wide at the nearness of that jump point. "Han, old buddy." Han put his hand over the mic. "We want to get there before them, don't we?" "I know what I'm doing." "What you're doing is smashing us into Nam Chorios if somebody gets one hair off." So don't get a hair off, said Han bluntly, and turned back to the calm course for Nam Chorios. Possible interception on return to real space, so keep your heads up. He turned back to the readouts. 3-star destroyers. Half a dozen carracks. 2 interdictors. And the swarms that didn't even register on the readout, the silent, deadly clouds of CCIR space needles, waiting to cut them to pieces the minute they came out of hyperspace. He had to be crazy. Punch it, Chewie, he said. Luke felt the violence of the force storm that surrounded the bleak point gun station kilometers away, as a throbbing in his head and a clutch of terror and rage in his chest. As the mobcat flew down the canyons like a great black glide lizard, crystal boulders and whirlwinds of gravel would spontaneously leap and swirl in the air, spattering against the speeder's sleek body and scratching the tough transplex of the passenger hoods. Legis whispered, "Beldorian. He can still wield the Force after a fashion. But I've never seen it like this, never." Luke gritted his teeth, knowing that this random torrent of energy was being duplicated elsewhere on the planet, wrecking machinery on which people's lives and livelihoods depended, overturning other forges to cripple other men. So that Seti Ashgad could disable a gun station, he thought, and create a corridor through which a ship could fly. He'd only need to disable one. As they came out of the hanging canyon above the gun station, Luke said softly, "They're in." Most of the wood and metal palisade that had crowned the ancient tower had been torn away by the violence of the uncontrolled force. Beams and shards and huge mats of razor wire strewed the gravel at the base of the walls, and with the sheer poltergeist wildness of the force, these would rise up and hurl themselves like rabid things against the walls, the remains of the defenses, the surrounding rocks. As Luke watched, a rusted beam flew like a javelin from the ground, dragging after it a whole tangle of wire, and fell among the struggling forms that ran and dodged and fired on one another on the top of the tower. The beam thrashed and whipped until it fell, dragging 2 of the rationalist fighters down with it in a snarl of debris. On the flat top of the tower they were still fighting before the door that led down into the building itself. From the mouth of the hanging canyon Luke couldn't tell, but he thought that there was another, smaller scrimmage going on around the coils and shielding of the barrel of the laser cannon itself. Rationalists were struggling to get up on top of it, raggedly dressed Therans fighting them hand to hand to keep them from damaging the gun. The flare of blasters and ion cannon burst like pale lightning in the morning air, but such was the nature of the force storm that not many of the shots were getting in, and the Therans had quite clearly stopped even trying to throw spears or shoot arrows. Even pellets and bullets from projectile weapons were whirled away like chaff. "Beldorian's there," said Legis. He shoved back the long ash-colored hair hanging in his eyes. "Back out of the front lines somewhere, I should think there." He pointed down to the silvery shape of a round floater, some distance from the base of the walls. Luke could see the coiled shape of the giant hut on it, muscular and serpentine, not at all like Jabba's slothful bulk. The sense of decayed force, of rotted abilities and spent purpose, rose to Luke like a stench, as it had from Tesselda. In many ways it was worse than Vader, worse than Palpatine. At least their dream had been grand. "What do we do?" said Legis. Luke began to back the assault speeder up the canyon again, the way they had come. A speeder wasn't an anti-grav platform and generally couldn't be used as one without restructuring of the buoyancy tanks. But chariots had motors on them that would do credit to many of the combat vessels Luke had flown. We hold on tight. Legis gasped. What are you going to do? A silly question, thought Luke, as he slammed the speeder into full-bore acceleration and readied his hand on the turbo-thrust lever. It should have been patently obvious what the only possible course of action was. The walls of the canyon blurred into a shining curtain, wind and flying gravel scorched back over hood and metal, the gap of the canyon walls rushed toward them, and beyond that, the wide break in the tower's defensive crown beckoned like a ridiculously enormous bullseye. Legis wailed, "Luke!" and hid his eyes. The speeder cleared the 25-meter gap between the last ridge of the mountain's shoulder and the top of the tower like a neck battle dog, like a trained tickier rising for a kill. Luke cut the turbos and hit the brake, skidding in among the combatants who scattered before him. He recognized Gurney Castle in the fighting around the door and, springing out of the speeder, plunged across the stained and battered paving blocks of the tower's open top and up the steps to where he stood. "You've got to stop this," he yelled. Everyone was so startled for a moment by the appearance of the mobkit among them that they did halt. "You're being duped," shouted Luke, turning to the men and women who crouched behind makeshift barricades, guns in hand, to those who had for the moment fallen back from fighting on the laser gun itself. "You're being used. Seti Ashgad has only one reason for wanting to open this planet, so that he can sell the whole place to Loriner Corporation to strip mine. He doesn't care about your farms. He doesn't care about medical supplies, or water pumps, or machinery for you." He looked around him, at the dusty, cut, bloody faces, the battered forms stepping cautiously forth from their places of cover, at the angry eyes, not wanting to believe. Arvid was among them, and Aunt Jin, and the brother-in-law of the owner of the Blue Blurred. His arms dropped to his sides. "He isn't doing this for you," someone said. "Shoot the winner." And Luke reached forth with the force and pulled the man's blaster away before he could get the shot off. Dash! The white bolt of energy scattered chips from the wall of the stairway housing behind him. "A lot you know about it," yelled someone else. "I know," said Luke quietly. "We've been into Ashgad's house. He isn't doing this for any of you." "He's right." Behind Luke, the door opened, very quickly, and closed again. Luke could hear the locks slamming open even as Gurney Caslow, and the two men with him, made a jump to catch it as it opened. Leia had stepped through. Leia, grimy, in tatters, her hair hanging down in strings in her eyes and her palms and knuckles bandaged. Leia with strips of space tape and leather binding what remained of her ornamental golden boots, empty-handed but with a blaster on one hip and her lightsaber on the other. But definitely Leia Organa Solo, known on 1,000 news holos to many, and certainly, from Seti Ashgad's fake video, to every man and woman there. There was goggling silence. "He's telling the truth," she said. She reached into one of the thigh pockets of a pair of far too big trousers she wore and produced a wad of computer printouts. "Here's a copy of Ashgad's correspondence with the CO of Loriner, with Moff Gittels of Antimeridian, with Pawns and Cat's Paws and the Republic Council. Is anyone here a Neep?" Buldrum Caslow stepped forward. "I am, ma'am." "Then you'll recognize the system codes as coming from Ashgad's computer." The chubby man changed the lens ratio of his visiamps and flipped quickly through the hard copy, then glanced back at Gurney, apologetic. She's right. This is Ashgad's. I installed the components myself. Castle blustered angrily. Which doesn't mean you didn't compose this yourself, girl. But others were pulling the papers from his cousin's hands, reading the memoranda, the deals, the concessions. An installation in Thornwind Valley? 6-month forcible recruitment? A man can't live a week up there. Mandatory labor pool? Transfer of material isn't the real word for that theft. Price freeze standardization on spooks? At 67 creds? Occupation fleet. Who said anything about an occupation fleet? The occupation fleet is in orbit now, said Luke. He pointed upward. Several of the rationalists had electro-binoculars and focused them skyward, where far overhead pinlights of brightness flared in the star-prickled twilight sky. Under the spate of exclamations and curses, Leia threw her arms around Luke in a fierce hug. What about these wham? Ashgads. I know about these wham, said Luke. If there's really a battle going on up there, if the Council really did manage to get ships to stop Gattel's fleet, he'll still try to lift off in the Reliant with all the Droids he can take. The lift programs aren't installed. Any competent engineer can do that. She looked up quickly as Legis emerged from the chariot, dodged through the milling men and women, the angrily stirring cables and beams, the lawless force winds. Legis. She flung her arms around him, and he held her tight, graying head pressed to hers. My dear child, I'm so glad to see you safe. I never in my life thought you'd try to escape. Then you didn't know me very well. She grinned at him, and a moment later he grinned back. Well, I suppose I did know you'd try it. He shook his head. Listen, Legis, how much does Ashgad know about the software on that vessel? Demanded Luke. How much of an education has he had? Can he install it? Can he get the thing off the ground? Of course he can, said Leia impatiently. Seti Ashgad was one of the top hyperdrive engineers of the Old Republic. The original Z-95s were his design. His design? Luke stared at her blankly. They were making Z-95s 50 years ago. Seti Ashgad is the original Seti Ashgad, said Leia. DZYM's been keeping him alive all these years. There was a rising clamor, men and women jostling and shoving aside Gurney Caslow's heated protests of Ashgad's good intent. Sheets and streamers of hard copy were flourished in dust-covered, blood-covered hands, though Luke noticed that Yumali Dharm and Aunt Jin were collecting the documents and tucking them into the safety of their pockets. The Duran cultists had come down from their defensive positions on the gun shielding to join in the fray. With a yell of fury, Castle broke from the mob and, with a nimbleness Luke wouldn't have given him credit for, seized a belt of grenades and sprang to the top of a broken girder, scrambled up another one toward the muzzle of the cannon. Leia yelled, "Stop him!" But it was too late. Someone fired a blaster rifle just as Gurney hurled the grenades. A dozen lines of cold light stitched the man like deadly needles, but no one had thought to fire at the grenades he threw. They went over the stained black rim of the shielding. A moment later, a deep, shuddering concussion shook the building, jarring everyone from their feet. White smoke belched from the cannon mouth. Gurney's body was trampled as people scrambled up the sides of the shielding to look. Around them, there was sudden stillness as the force storm relaxed its grip. Leia swore. Luke's hand stole to the red, swollen marks the Drox had left on his flesh, and he shivered. "Can you fix it?" he asked Legis softly. "I don't know. I don't have tools. Yumali and Aunt Jin'll have some." "It won't be in time," said Leia. "There's an armored headhunter in the same hangar, and an old blast boat. You can mount the main turret guns in the headhunter. That'll give you enough firepower to bring him down. The place'll be guarded. The synthroids are gone. Dead. I put them out of commission before I escaped, and I don't think Oshgad's had time to get them back online. Come on." Luke bolted back to the chariot. Aunt Jin and Arvid were already tearing loose the antigravs from the two lifter platforms that had gotten the rationalists to the top of the tower, affixing them to the black assault speeder's sides. Only when the mobkit had disappeared over the parapet did the battered metal doors of the stairway into the tower itself open, and Kalista stepped forth. "Legis?" She held out her hand to the philosopher. The earpiece of the ancient intercom system still hung around her neck. "We've got tools down here. And they'll be about as much good as those silly arrows," stated Aunt Jin fiercely, bustling over with her toolkit. She shoved the enormous, rusty box into Legis's hands. "Take this, son. I for one haven't spent 10 years on this crummy rock to see it get taken over by those cheats at Loriner." She led the way into the tower. Legis paused on the top step, studying Kallista's face. Comparing the thin, tired features with those of the woman who had been Tiselda's slave, the woman Beldorian had taken prisoner. "I'm pleased to see you well, after all that unpleasantness," he said gently. "I owe you a kind of thanks, for opening my eyes to what Oshgad was doing, though I never thought I should be so mad as to say so." "You were right." Kalista shook her head. "You were afraid for your life," she said. "All the knowledge could have done was hurt you, which it looks like it did. I'm only glad you were able to take care of Leia." "After having not taken care of you?" There was a self-deprecating wrinkle behind the genuine shame in his eyes, and Kalista smiled. "I can take care of myself. Most ladies can." "How well I know." "You know your young man is looking for you," Kalista said softly. "I know. Quite honestly, Madam Admiral, that's all I'm able to tell you." 3PO made one of his best human gestures, spreading his arms, palms out, at precisely the correct angle and positioning to indicate a friendly helplessness, a complete willingness to divulge whatever lay in his power. And his digitalized recognition of human body language indicated to him that Dala was not buying it one credit's worth. "But," she said, her harsh voice slow, "my title is Admiral. Droid not. Madam Admiral. I was an officer of the Imperial fleet on exact parity with others of my rank, and you will employ that usage whenever you address me." Her eyes were like ash burned out, exhausted, defeated. 3PO did not think he had ever seen such ruin, such bitterness, on a human face. "Once, Tarkin and I together could have ruled the Empire," she continued slowly. "Looking back on it, I can't even remember why. All I seek, now, is a place to live out the rest of my life where I will not be disturbed. I thought I had found such a place on Pegasus Chorios. A world in a neutral sector, with amenable local authorities, beyond the interference of those ham-fisted, brainless, contentious men who are engaged in the final throes of tearing to pieces what was once the finest system of government this galaxy has known. I want no more of it, or of them. Her hands lay smooth over the arms of her chair, her knees together, the square bones of the joints, and the hard bulge of muscle clearly defined where the drab trousers tailored to the flesh. 3PO's copious databanks contained a great deal of very alarming information about this woman, one of the most brilliant commanders in the Imperial fleet, but a mad banda, a loose gun firing at random in battle. A woman of formidable competence and terrifying anger. And now I come to take up the advisory position I and my partners have been offered by the Pedician warlords. She continued in that quiet voice, whose hoarse timbre spoke of burning gases inhaled in the last battle on board the Night Hammer, the battle in which Kalista had destroyed her flagship and in which she and Kalista had both been thought to perish. And what do I find? 3PO had never been good at distinguishing rhetorical from actual questions. Invasion, the Death Seed Plague, wholesale rebellion, looting. Be silent. He logged the interchange in his later study file under the heading of determinative cues to separate rhetorical from actual questions. It was his duty as a protocol unit to achieve perfection in that area, and he was aware that it would probably prolong his period of usefulness as well. I find droids who have clearly been at large for some time in this sector. Droids whose function is to accurately record all data taking place around them, whose answers to my questions are so comprehensively riddled with holes and omissions that they lead me to suspect that there is something going on. She rose to her feet and touched a wall hatch. With silent efficiency, the panel revolved, exhibiting a complete and up-to-date electronic analysis kit. She activated the data screens with 3 taps of those long, square-tipped fingers, and unhooked a coaxial cable. Fortunately, many years ago I had a friend who taught me how to communicate with droids. 3PO said, with genuine interest. How very kind of him. But R2, quicker on the uptake, made a nervous attempt to back away, thwarted by the restraining bolt that Dala's sergeant-at-arms had taken the precaution of installing on both droids before bringing them into her presence. Dala checked over the various interfaces and cables added by poor Captain Bortrek and finally hooked her own coax into one of the ports he had space-taped to R2's side. She flipped a switch on the analysis kit. R2 quivered and gave a faint, protesting wail. No, said Dala, her green eyes narrowing. Tell me what's happening in the Meridian sector. What the blazes are those things? Lando flipped through half a dozen data sectors, then cut back immediately to another screen of skin field to check on the next pass of the vicious, needle-like attackers. And how much damage did that one do? Chewbacca yelled something through the comm from the rapidly freezing rear quarter, where he was floating near the ceiling to fix burned-out wiring through hissing masses of emergency foam. Those things are the things that are gonna appear on our headstones, pal, said Han. The most I can figure is there's some kind of CCIR technology. Like synthroids, said Lando, brown hands flicking and scrambling over the shield controls while Han whipped and pivoted the Millennium Falcon through the desperate series of zigzags and loop-the-loops that was the only possible defensive strategy against the things. The Anti-Meridian fleet isn't anywhere near us. They can't possibly be guiding them in the usual sense of the word. Around them, the Quran and the Fire-Radiant the Light Explorer Sundance, in which KYP Duran had shown up to assist, were doing the same, snaking and weaving in a desperate attempt to remain in position near Nam Chorios until the actual invading fleet showed up to fight. Only the fact that they made orbit before the arrival of the gnat-like attackers, with barely 40 minutes to spare, let them hold any kind of position at all. "Are you kidding?" said Han. "You know what a synthroid costs." "That's crazy." "I know synthroid technology is based on a kind of programmable crystal, and that's what kicks up the price." "Blast," he added, as there was a jarring flash and more red lights went up on the board. "Chewie, we've got another hit. Starboard shield, yeah. I know about the hole in the port shield." Stars whirled and flashed past the viewport as Han put the vessel through another series of evasions. He wondered as he scratched past another line of laser light, perilously close to the main shields on the ship's spine, how long he could keep up this pitch of alertness and activity, not to mention how much more of this kind of activity the power supplies could take. Though everything was a spangled flash of stars and blackness, he had seen, in a rare moment of pause, the Fire Eater drifting helpless and being cut to pieces by the needles at their leisure. He could only pray that the crew was already dead, or at least unconscious from anoxia. Lando, who could never leave an explanation unfinished, added, "If somebody synthesized those crystals, or found a way to get them cheap, there's no problem." "There's a problem for us," yelled Han. "How did you fight things like that?" After long concentration and plenty of practice, he'd managed to hit 2 of them, but with so many wasted shots it wasn't worth it. They could only evade, until the toll of the speed and hyper-quick reactions wore them down. The needles, as far as he could tell, were tireless. "One thing's for sure," yelled Lando. "They sure want that rock." "You got any ideas how we're gonna deal with the main fleet when they show up?" "I'll think of something." There was a jarring concussion from somewhere in the ship, and more red lights went on. "Moff Gatels?" Dala sat back from the primary readout screen, letting it go black. The lesser screen still held the record of a long, persistent battle to retain the secret files concerning Leia's disappearance, her doubts concerning the integrity of the Council, and all the information for which Yarbok Yem had been chased and shot at across half the sector. The little droid rested tipped back on his 2 main limbs, a posture curiously evocative of defeat. Cables and wires trailed from the various ports and interface hatches, short-circuiting through his defenses to every portion of his memory. 3PO felt sorry for him and considerably apprehensive for his own safety as well. It did not take an interrogation unit to deduce that this tall, red-haired woman sitting so motionless in her black chair was very, very angry indeed. "The quibbling, incompetent, boot-licking, corset-laced little sand maggot," she said, in a perfectly soft conversational tone. "Still has his sycophant larm on a leash. I see with whom he shared the test results at the academy, when he was promoted to captain over my head. Selling out to Lorner Corporation, a gang of legalistic thieves who'd peddle their sisters to either side so long as they got paid slime molds. All of them. Ranats and Huts have more honor." 3PO made a quick examination of his determinative cues subfile, but could not accurately ascertain whether a response was being solicited from him or not. Dala slid from her chair to her knees, and began uncoupling the various cables from Atu's innards. As she worked she spoke, still softly, almost to herself. I pity her, your chief of state, she said, speaking to R2. 3PO thought, slightly indignant. She was Prince Bail Organa's daughter. A man of honor by his own rights, who raised her to be honorable. We had honor in those days. Honor and courage. She stood and shook back her hair, which flashed like fire in the dim lighting of the office. Still her eyes were dead, but filled with the stony anger of the dead. It was honor that drew me to the fleet. Power, yes, but honor and courage as well. And now they have come to this. Maggots feeding off the corpse of the Empire. Ghouls selling it to procurers and money grubbers. Tarkin would have died of shame. She was looking in his direction, so 3PO ventured. I have no conclusive data as to whether Lorner Corporation is in the business of procuration. I was a fool. She touched the side of the electronic extraction kit, and it retreated soundlessly into the wall. I was a fool to think that leaving them behind would be so simple as cursing them, and walking through the door. Maybe I've always been a fool. She returned to her chair, and touched an almost invisible toggle in its arm. Yelner. Get me a conference with the captains of all the ships. Ships? Inquired 3PO, startled. Dala raised her head, her poisoned eyes seeming to take in again that she was not alone in the room. Ships, she said. I am the president of the Independent Company of Settlers, over 3,000 of us, counting spouses and children. We who were loyal to the old ways, loyal to the order and efficiency that was the heart of the new order. Most were officers of the fleet, who sickened, like me, at this constant petty struggle for power, this stupid diplomatic bandying of words with upstarts and scum. Some others the heads of business and their families, civil servants. We ask only to be let alone, and to that end we entered a contract with Warlord Keen of the Silver Unifer for 1.5 billion acres, the smallest of the 3 southern continents on Pegasus Chorios, to colonize and to live as we see fit. And I have no intention, she concluded, reaching out and tapping R2 on his domed cap, of seeing our investment come to nothing because a boot-kissing, talentless, jumped-up catamite like Moff Gittels wants to be supported in comfort by Lorner Corporation for the rest of his sycophantic life. Even if pushing him out of the sector means saving your chief of state and her spineless alien trash of a senatorial council from the embarrassment they so richly deserve. She flicked over another calm button. View screens revolved into existence all along the wall before her, view screens bearing the faces of 8 men, 3 of whom wore, like her, drab variations of emblemless imperial uniforms, and 2 women. Stern, disciplined faces, with those same bitter, burned-out eyes. My friends, said Dala, it seems that there is one battle yet to fight. He's behind us. Leia reared up to her knees, wind and dust tearing at her long hair, and adjusted Aunt Jin's electro-binoculars. Whipping and veering through the fathomless, glittering gashes of the canyons, scaling hogbacks of diamond scree, or dropping down precipices 10 and 12 meters deep to catch again on the Mobkit's antigravs, it was impossible to see behind them for more than 30 meters at the most, sometimes only half that. But Leia knew. Beldorian. She dropped back down into the sheltered cockpit, began checking loads on the flamethrowers and blaster rifles that Arvid and Yumali Dharm had thrust in after them on their departure. She smiled a little grimly at the truly excellent quality of the weapons, all sleek, all new, all black and silver, and all bearing the discreet Double Moon logo, Lorner Weapons Division. All the finest, all the first. As a rule, Leia discreetly avoided riding in any vehicle that Luke was driving. But for one of the first times in her life, she was grateful that her brother had developed the skill that had made him one of the best pilots of the rebellion. And indeed, the chariot was equipped with internal grav control as well, so she was able to prime and check everything without having her bones jounced out of her body every time the anti-gravs kicked in as they went over small cliffs or big cliffs. She was being very careful not to look. She might have been sitting on her own bed at home. How'd they import this thing anyway? She asked, looking around her at the comfortable black leather of the seats, the small, enclosed bar and the bank of electronic toys and communications equipment. It's nearly as big as a B-wing itself. According to Arvid, Lorner must have made 7 or 8 drops before they got past the gun stations. Luke flung the chariot over a chasm that was considerably deeper than he'd supposed. Whipped in a long, banking curve over the near-vertical face of a crystalline canyon to take some of the stress, and headed up a ridge like a mating sun dragon taking to the sky. At least Aunt Jin found pieces of wrecked ones 2 or 3 different times. She's made a fortune charging Ashgad for repairs. She's bought parts from the Therans too, so they've found some as well. All in the past year, she says. While Qvarks was putting together the meeting with the head of the rationalists on this world, Leia shook her head. I won't say I'd have trusted Qvarks with my life, but he seemed sincere. Never in a million years would I have thought he'd be part of something like this. Maybe he was sincere, said Luke softly. Maybe he sincerely thought that embroiling the whole sector in warfare and risking the spread of some plague he'd been told they could control were worth the rights of those who seek progress over stagnation. And he can have known it was the death seed they'd be spreading. He didn't, said Leia. But my point is that he should have. A man in that position can't afford to be that stupid. And all the while Luke was flicking the controls, stretching out his mind and the force to feel the ground beyond the next ridge, to slip past obstacles before they came into view, he was thinking, there's something else. There's something I'm missing. There was life on the planet. Invisible, intangible, but intelligent, and lambent with the Force. Don't let them. Don't let them. Don't let who? Why did he remember his vision last night, of stormtroopers and Jawas? Why did he feel that whoever it was, who had stood near the broken-down speeder in the canyon, watching him at his repairs, evaded him just beyond the next rise, around the next elbow of the rocky way? But there was never anything there. And it's a sure thing, he added, almost to himself, that Qvarks didn't know about DZYM. The hangar doors were locked. So were the doors that led from the hangar to the stairway, up to Ashgad's house. Luke was of the opinion that half power on the ion blasters should be sufficient for the second pair of doors, for the first had nearly disintegrated when Leia had fired at them full force. But the first blast only dented the inner ones, so Leia turned up the blaster to full and let them have it again. The noise in the enclosed space of the hangar was quite astonishing, and brother and sister waited to the resultant, gaping hole through a calf-deep rubble field and a choking cloud of dust. I told you 3/4 would do it. We can't waste time. Leia might have learned diplomacy and patience with ambassadors, reflected her twin Riley, slinging one of the 2 flamethrowers into place over his shoulder. But it was quite clear that she still dearly loved the destructive force of small artillery fire. What did you do to the Synthroids? Luke still couldn't get over the fact that there were virtually no human guards. Gutted the central controller. Leia swept the whole steps before them, floor, walls, and ceiling, as far as the landing, with a blast of fire. They both wore goggles picked up in the hangar, but Luke still had to blink hard to get his bearings back. The curled little black crust that had been Drox crunched under their boots as they ascended to the landing. Leia fired again. We'll have to remember that if Loriner gets the needles going. But any commander worth his ammo allowance is going to have the central controller locked up in the heart of the biggest battle moon in the galaxy. Yeah, well, you were locked up in the heart of the biggest Batlamoon in the galaxy, too. Luke grinned across at her as they dashed up another installment of stairs. And unless we've got somebody on the inside willing to let us go again with a homing device stuck on our tails, retorted Leia, pushing her goggles onto her forehead. We'd better not count on that kind of luck again. The jewels on her gold-headed hairpins glittered incongruously through the soot and filth. There has to be a weakness to them. One that doesn't involve access to the central controller. The 2 halted in the doorway of the chamber, where Luke had met DZYM and had rescued Legis from the life drinker. The floor was a creeping sea of Drox. Brother and sister opened fire with the flamethrowers, swept the whole room in a licking, roaring sheet of yellow heat. It was like sprinting through an oven afterward, sweat rolling down their dust-streaked faces, the burn matter left after searing the soles of their boots. The gateway that led through to the construction compound was locked, and Luke laid a hand on Leia's shoulder as she brought up the ion blaster again. It's shielded. The green column of his lightsaber hummed into existence at the touch of a switch. Leia glanced back over her shoulder, toward the blown-out door of the stairway. Luke knew what it was, who it was, that she felt behind them. He was there, Luke thought. He could almost see him, ascending each step with a heavy, coiling loop of his great worm-like body, eyes malevolent rubies in the dark. The dark hurricane of the Force swirled around him, uncontrolled, while in his mind the voice of DZYM whispered, telling him that these humans, these pale little maggots, these defiant little play Jedi, needed to be stopped at all costs. Luke ran the lightsaber into the lock's works, tested the door switch. It vibrated but held. There's another lock, he said. A hidden one, behind a wall hatch. Here. She had her own blade out. Luke wondered how she had managed to keep that with her, when Seti Ashgad had taken her from the ship. There was no time to ask, for the floor shivered suddenly with the force of liftoff, the amber lights all across the lintel of the door turning red. Luke gritted. "They're off!" And far above, over the top of the wall, they could see the square, gray shape of the Reliant spring skyward, lifters blazing, heading up the single corridor opened in the planet's defenses by the destruction of the Bleak Point gun station. At the same moment, Leia thrust her lightsaber into the second lock, and the door slid open, the hot winds of takeoff fountaining forth over the threshold in a torrent of dust. A couple of spook crystals lay on the permacrete, a trail from the cleared space where the boxes had been. There were Droids, too, tiny ones, dying in the glare of the pallid sunlight, where they had fallen out of whatever shielded container Dizwyam had carried them in. And on the other side of the open bay stood the headhunter, its engine hatch open, a gutted tangle of wires hanging down. Luke swore, and raced across to it. Leia was already running toward the blast boat, which was likewise gutted but otherwise unharmed. "Can you fix it?" she yelled, scrambling up to the canopy. They didn't have time to cripple the guns. "I think so. The readouts on the central core look okay." They were in too much of a hurry. "Get me the toolkit from the bench." Leia sprang down, dashed to the repair bench, swung the red metal energy card around, and dragged it over as Luke stripped off the remains of his shirt and began making a fast diagnostic. "Get the guns?" he yelled, from halfway within the hatch. "They just pull out once you undo the locks, but you'll have to reattach the cores." She snatched up an extractor and core couplers and raced across the permacrete to the blast boat as if they were the children of the rebellion again, with the Imperials coming in and code scramble blazing from every makeshift klaxon on the base. Listening. Listening. Knowing what was coming, power and anger and the decayed dark sludge of what had once been genuine, trained ability to use the Force. She had one gun pulled and dragged over to the headhunter, and was starting on a second when she knew she could afford to wait no longer. Luke was buried in the hatches of the Z-95, the Reliant ascending like an ash-colored plague angel to the rendezvous with the Loriner fleet. And she heard his breath. Stertorous, rasping, like the beat of gluey tides. The wave of ammoniac reek rolled across the permacrete, and the noxious shock wave of decayed force. Leia dropped from the blast boat and ran lightly toward the door, stripping off and dropping her jacket, unhooking and throwing aside her blaster, knowing what the Force could do to blasters. Beldorian the Splendid moved fast. He crossed the outer court in a series of great bounds and slithers, huge muscle rolling beneath his squamous hide. Fluid leaked from his mouth, and his eyes were twin balefires, glittering with a single, evil obsession that he did not even recognize as being not his own. In the curtains of sun-glittering dust that filled the open gateway of the launch bay, a woman stood, slender and tiny in the moving aura of misty light. Tiselda? His old rival, his old enemy, flashed to mind. No. The little Jedi woman, the woman Ashgad had brought, the woman Dizwyam had wanted, a small shining figure in the shadows, with the pale glory of a lightsaber shining like tamed starfire in her hand. Don't test me, little princess. His own blade stretched forth with a deadly thrumming, a pallid and sickly violet. It has been years. I may be a lazy old slug now, but I am Beldorian still. Heart beating fast, Leia studied him, remembering how Jabba had moved, sidelong and looping, using the center of the body as a balance point. She recalled the one time Jabba had become displeased with someone at his court, the fat housekeeper who danced, or was it his long-suffering cook, and had gone after her or him with a stick. Recalled the deadly speed of even that obese and sluggish bulk. Yet she felt no fear. She didn't reply and could feel that it displeased him. He was the kind, she realized, who liked to expound before he killed. Good. You were a sweet little girl. Don't make me dash. Leia struck. Step, thrust, as Kalista had shown her, a hard clean slash like diminutive lightning, and Beldorian, still expounding, barely got out of the way. But his counter-strike was unbelievably fast, the strength of it nearly breaking her wrists as she intercepted it on the blade, the doubled vibration roaring in her head and in her bones. The blades twined, snarled, Leia twisting out from under another descending blow and barely dodging when the descending swerved to lateral, an old trick, Kalista had said, but it took practice and left you open. Leia dodged back, shaken by the Hutt's sheer, animal strength. She stepped back in, pressing him, her attention narrowed to nothing but the monstrous thing before her and the shining blades. Nothing else existed in her mind. He had enormous striking range, flinging forward like a serpent, so that she threw herself sidelong, rolled thank you for the practice, Kalista, Luke under the paralyzing wallop of his tail, and was on her feet again and going in, the blade seeming to stream fire from her hand. Not a second, not a moment, to lose the plague rising up from this dim shining world, the monster coming toward her again, redolent eyes staring. He struck with his tail again, hundreds of kilos flashing with the speed of a whip. She barely dodged, wishing she had Luke's acrobatic training, his ability to force lift. The blades tangled, parted, Leia panting as she leapt sideways again, sparring for distance, watching the tail, fighting to remain close enough to strike. In and out, Kalista had said. It's the only way for a woman to fight. Like a huge serpent he struck, and she raised her blade to defend, her mind open with the force, feeling before he did so that he was going to switch to lateral again. He did, and she was in under the blow and slashing a long, streaming, sidelong cut that went through the soft, green body like burning wire. She flung herself past him, away from him, fast, for the huge bulk of him burst open, severed clean through, mammoth gouts of fluid and flesh and organs exploding soddenly forth. She heard him bellow with rage, once saw the hot smoke-colored blade of his lightsaber go whirling, end over end. Then he was collapsing like a punctured balloon, like an empty sack, and Leia stood panting, covered in slime, her own blade burning in her hand, as Luke flung himself out from under the headhunter and into its cockpit. Dripping with filth, she saluted him with the blade, and Luke saluted back, their eyes meeting for an instant before he slammed the cockpit shut. Luke knew what it was that he saw. Her first victory. The victory over the shadow of Vader. The victory of acceptance of herself. And he knew who had taught her that long characteristic side cut. He hit the lifters, and the headhunter slammed into life and rocketed like a falcon into the sky. It rose faster than the Reliant, faster than most interceptors, for it had been designed to outmaneuver the gun stations, and had done so before. Course controls were adapted to the positions of each gun station, Legis's calculations, beautifully precise. He punched in the program, to hold the segment of sky guarded only by Bleak Point, knowing that had to be the way the Reliant was going as well. The flashes of light returned to his mind. Fighting, he thought. Fighting high above the surface of the planet, orbital battle. Someone must have come in to stop them. Would they know to open fire on a ship rising from the planet's surface? Blue sky darkened around him. The pale stars brightened to burning jewels. He saw the gray ship, rising far ahead, making for the flurry of explosions and lights. There was a Republic corsair, hanging in space, far away to his left, being torn to pieces by tiny, darting CCIR needles of black and bronze. The things the Empire wanted. The things Lorimer was going to give them. Beyond, at the farthest range of his vision, he saw the fleet. Imperials. 3 Republic vessels. Was that the Falcon? Dodging, twisting, like Durkee maddened by parasitic cliques, trying to fire at the Imperial ships that were surrounding them. 1,000 tiny flashes of fire as the needles tore and swirled around them. He was out of signal range still, but coming into firing range on the square, awkward gray ship that contained DZYM and Ashgad, the monstrous life drinker and his pitiful pawn, and the dark boxes of death that would consume the lives of all the galaxy, and relay that life back to him. Only for that. Destruction, death, ruin stretching over planet after planet, only so that DZYM could drink of the lives of everything he touched, without fear. Luke's thumb hit the firing button. White light lanced forth. The next second a terrible concussion ripped his ship, tossed it spinning. He glimpsed the Reliant still going its way untouched, glimpsed something small and fast and black pass over him. Another shot, and his whole console went red. He scratched and twisted at the joystick, trying to drag the headhunter to stability, but he was spinning out of control, falling into Nam Corios's gravitational pull. As the Z-95 rolled, he pulled her straight and got off a wing laser shot at the Reliant, saw yellow fire explode from her aft engines. But she didn't go up. Only drifted, swinging off course, and his long-range pickups brought in the faint crackle of Seti Ashgad's voice, calling for an intercept. As the headhunter began its long fall, Luke saw a small carrack detach from the Imperial fleet, begin to make its way toward the drifting craft. And before the Imperials knew what they had loosed, the death seed would grow across the stars. Then he was falling. Cabin gray was out. Against the sickening sensation of freefall, Luke worked to reroute switches, to shuttle power from the now unneeded shields, trying to summon enough pickup to at least take him in alive. The heat in the cockpit was unbearable, suffocating, the ground a vast lake of molten reflection, rushing to smash him to powder. Hot spiky mountains, black shadow. The crystalline needles of the sills. He felt the jolt and pull as one of the engines caught, dragged on the joystick, trying to even out into a long, sweeping curve. The retros fired, cutting his speed. He seemed to be descending in a column of fire, falling he knew not where. A laser bolt hissed near him, and he thought, "Oh, thanks." Presumably he had passed into the range of some other gun station. Or they'd got bleak point fixed. Flatten the curve. Hold the retros. Cut in the antigravs. Kalista. He thought, wanting more than he had ever wanted anything, that he had been able to speak to her again. Kalista. He was above a plane. An enormous seabed, blinding with the fire of diamonds to the horizon. Snaking lines of sills, marching away into the distance. The 10 cousins. Other circles, other lines, pointing toward the great glittering outcrops of spooks in the hills. There was a pattern to them, visible only when coming in from above like this. A pattern that tugged at his consciousness, reminded him of half-forgotten dreams. He pulled back on the joystick as hard as he could, threw his mind open to the force because the ground was flashing by so fast he couldn't see anything of the terrain below, and brought her in. Afterward he didn't remember getting out of the headhunter before it exploded. He knew he'd probably used the force to damp the physical reactions involved until he'd crawled to more or less safety. He had no idea where he was or how close might be his chances of rescue, and somehow that didn't matter. If the Imperial fleet picked up DZYM with his enslaved frontman Seti Ashgad, with his little dark boxes of crawling life, with his promises of controllable, invisible plague and limitless access to the crystals they needed for those tiny death dealers, there was going to be nothing left of the Republic, of the fragments of the Empire, of any space-going civilization whatever. Only DZYM, fat and sated and looking around for more. Luke lay on the spines of the crystal, eyes shut, the smoke of the burning headhunter in his nostrils, knowing he should get up and knowing that he could not. Feeling them standing around him again. Silent, unseen. If you're going to attack me, he thought, his mind slipping into a darkness and dreams of stormtroopers and Jawas again. If you're going to have me, go ahead. And then, on the borderlands of consciousness, he remembered the pattern of the sills, coming in from high above, remembered his dreams when they'd loomed in the background. Remembered the voices that spoke to him in those dreams, like the listeners said the rocks spoke to them. You're alive, he said, enormously surprised, more surprised than he'd been about anything in his life. A scent flowed out over him, colors in his mind, as blue as the crystalline core of the sills, the green of the spook clusters high on the rocks. Alive, 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 alive. Like an echo. And his dream of the Jawas came back. They'd only used, after all, the images they could find in his mind, the indigenous inhabitant, brain-gutted and forced to work for the stormtroopers. You've been alive all this time. All this time, they agreed, a gentle vibration like music, rising from the crystals beneath him, from the sills, from the mountains, rising up into his bones. From all time, for all time. Thinking and dreaming, and speaking and singing. The sea formed us, and the sea went away. The planet fed us, from the fires of her heart. Little people here and there, but not important. Not until they took us. Took our. and the word was impossible to translate in his mind. Brother/self. He thought a part of their minds. The deep tide of their anger flowed over him, anger for their kidnapped kin. Taken and enslaved, zapped with the horrible electronic realignment, as the Jawas had been zapped in his dream, so that they became slaves. Through the minds of the Tsils, Luke saw those enslaved ones, imprisoned both in the needles and in the synthroids. Slaves, but still kindred, still Tsils in their hearts. He sensed the incomprehension of those slow, timeless beings about what it was that they saw, but he himself understood. The cabin of the Reliant. Two synthroids lying dazed, eyes staring on the floor, their flesh a rotting mass but their minds receiving impressed science, still and calm, without pain. Seti Ashgad sat at the controls, his face a welted, bleeding mass, gasping, fighting for breath. His hair, his clothing, his body crawled with Drox, freed of their fear of the crystal-imbued light of Nam Chorios. While Luke, through the eyes of the synthroids, watched, he saw a thumb-sized brown insect crawl into Ashgad's mouth. And DZYM stood behind him. DZYM with his robe open to the waist, every pulsing orifice and squirming pendule moving, while DZYM himself stared at the Imperial Carrack's approach in the main screen with hungry delight in his eyes. Reliant? Crackled a voice over the comm system. Reliant, this is Grand Admiral Larm of the Anti-Meridian Sector. Luke was so startled, so dazzled by the vision, that he could barely gather his thoughts. Can you still talk to them? Confusion, murmuring a dim comprehension of the horror, the pain, of those enslaved and taken away. But no focus. No direction or guide. They could see this, but could not understand, as Luke had not understood the dream that the Tsils, the planet's guardian inhabitants, had sent to him. A second vision flashed in his mind, of the Reliant rising against the great glowing purple-white gem of the planet, seen from space. Of the Carrack drawing closer to it, and weirdly, of the voices transmitted between them, picked up over the electronic consciousness of the needles themselves and relayed back to their kindred Tsils. This is Grand Admiral Larm, of the Anti-Meridian Sector Imperial Fleet. In the name of Moff Gittels, I am empowered to greet you personally. With doubled vision he saw the square gray ship, the silvery Carrack, and in the same consciousness saw the Reliance bridge again. Seti Ashgad raised his head like a drunken man, barely conscious of what was being said. DZYM threw back his head and laughed, his eyes sparking in the darkness with two flames of unholy triumph. Luke took a deep breath and closed his eyes. It crossed his mind. Very briefly. To wonder what this was going to do to his own mind, his own brain, but through the Tsils, through the great white crystals in the ground, the green crystals in the high cliffs, he was aware of the pain of those that had been taken away, and he knew he could not let them remain in that agony. Through me, he said. Focus through me. He felt their awareness converge on his. The force in them, the force that had been growing slowly, strangely, from their utterly alien life, twining with the force within his bones and flesh and mind. Tell them to destroy Ashgad's ship, he said, reaching out his mind to those hovering, darting consciousnesses out in the black gulfs of space. Understanding what they were now, and how to reach them. Do this for me, and I swear to you, wherever they are, whoever has bought them throughout the galaxy, I swear to you they will be brought back here. He felt the consultation of them, like an endless green wave spreading out across the plain, through the mountains, over the planet. A deep vibration, like the ripple on a still pond. And then it came back, force and more force, shining oceanic currents of it, streaming through his body, unbearably bright, tearing him apart. He cried out in pain, kneeling upright in the diamond wastes, focusing his mind, calling the force to his flesh. Reaching out toward the darkness of space, where the Imperial Carrack was docking against the Reliant. He saw Seti Ashgad trying to get to his feet from the main console, stumbling and falling among the dead synthroids that littered the floor. Saw DZYM draw in a breath of ecstasy, of anticipation, of world-devouring delight. Luke's eyes were closed, so he didn't see, far, far above in the hard blue unchanging sky, the tiny brightness of an explosion. Then he fainted, and lay unconscious, alone beside the slow rising pillar of oily smoke in the midst of the wasteland of light. Given the circumstances under which they had last parted, the eventual journey down to the surface of Nam Chorios could not be other than awkward for both Han Solo and Admiral Dala, once in charge of the security of the Imperial weapons installation in the Maw cluster. C-3PO, who accompanied them with Chewbacca, R2-D2, and a considerable number of Dala's comrades, did his best to ease the tension by filling Solo in on the events leading up to Leia's kidnapping, on the state of the Meridian sector as observed by himself and R2-D2 on their travels, and on Yarbok Yam's well-documented contention that the whole thing was a ploy originated by Nifmak Demura, CEO of Lorner Corporation, as a means of obtaining hyper-complex polarized crystals from their only known source on Nam Chorios, for the manufacture of both synthroids and CCIR needles. He was at a loss to account for the fact that those supposedly programmable needles had unexpectedly left off attacking the small Republic fleet, and had descended on the square gray ship rising from the planet's surface, blasting it, and the Imperial Carrack that had gone out to tow it to the safety of the Imperial fleet into sparkling fragments of eternity. A prima facie observation of the attack, even without the wildly furious and speculative jabber intercepted from Admiral Larm aboard the Carrack, made clear beyond a doubt that this was not what Admiral Larm had had in mind. Even as the debris cloud of the Reliant and its escort was dispersing, the entire squadron of Needles had turned with the precision of a dance troupe and had swirled down into the atmosphere, heading for the surface of the planet. It was a moot point whether Admiral Larm's successor would have continued his attack. His forces still outnumbered the Republic's ships almost 3-1. And Solo's little fleet had been badly mauled had not Admiral Dala's ships come out of hyperspace at that point, and descended on the Imperial vessels like Black, Avenging Night. From the time I was 16, the fleet has been my life. Arms folded, booted feet apart, Dala glanced over her shoulder at Han, the growing glare of the planet below already so bright as to cast cold, queer shadows on her face. The forward lounge of a Sanar Sentinel landing shuttle included a curving sweep of viewport, as well as small amenities like a cold cabinet containing wine and beer. Trails of condensation whipped and swirled up the transparent steel viewport, so that the Admiral seemed wreathed in misty light. Service. Order. The triumph over the forces of chaos. She cocked her head, as the soft throb of the engines altered with the transfer to repulsor lifts. A hard fold appeared at the corner of her mouth, the track of some bitter thought. All of my life, and all that I could have had, I laid on the altar of the fleet, and I was satisfied. And now, this. Well, said Han softly, I can understand. You're not the only one who's ever been betrayed. She started to jeer something back at him, then stopped herself and averted her face. Beyond the shifting vapor trails and their reflected brilliance, the starry darkness was yielding to a deep cobalt noon. No, she said, her voice unwontedly quiet. Perhaps not. Oh, look! Exclaimed 3PO, from the other side of the lounge. The Sirs all appeared to have crash-landed. There, see? A thread of smoke curled into the still air. How remarkable that they would have maintained so tight a formation in the face of what was quite clearly a controller malfunction. Yeah, well, maybe we better pick up a couple of them, and see what we can learn about getting them to malfunction again. As if 3PO had not spoken, Dala said, You know her policies, Solo. Once she would never have acknowledged him as her equal, or spoken to him without scorn in her voice. Would your chief of state keep her hands off the Chorio systems, once their value is known to her? I don't know what the council's gonna say, said Han truthfully. But I do know Her Excellency just went through one laser blast raking over because she refused to interfere in a planet that couldn't get a majority for interference. So as long as you folks keep the majority on Pegasus, I'd say you're pretty safe. He rose, and walked over to stand beside her and look at the world that to him had, up until this time, been only a name. What a rock! There are people living down there? Chewbacca yowled an observation. Oh, right. One crummy little block there and about 4 houses way over in the distance. I can see we're at a major population center of the sector. Dala remarked drily. At the moment, Captain Solo, I can think of few views more pleasant than that of an entire planet utterly devoid of human life. The homing beacon from the surface brought them, not to the fortress of Seti Ashgad, but to the Bleak Point gun station 16 kilometers away, where the plane of glass-bright crystal made a landing area for the shuttle. A light freighter already occupied the site. As long as that station's out of commission, said a brisk little woman with long white hair, as the doors of the shuttle opened. I'd be a fool not to take a cargo of magia off-planet and see what I can bring back. I'll get the cream of the market. Well, what do we got here? She demanded, turning, as Han, Chewie, and the 2 droids descended the boarding ramp and looked around them at the glaring landscape. Wreckage from the forest storm scattered the gravel for half a kilometer around the walls of the tower, snarls of wire, broken beams, weapons burst by the violence of Beldorian's uncontrolled will. Rationalists and Therans alike were gathering around the walls, and the plane was a parking lot of speeders, speeder bikes, and CU-PAW warbling and wheezing and scratching themselves. A caravan of very dusty, very primitively dressed Therans clustered together, gazing in wonderment at the speeders, at Umali Darm's freighter, and at the sleek, deadly shape of Dala's shuttle. From their midst 2 figures broke away, crossing to Han and Chewie at a run. Battered, dusty, blotched with grime and smoke and blood, Han realized it was Luke and Leia. Leia cried, "Han!" and threw herself into his arms, crushed against him, face pressed to his shirt and leaving an enormous smudge of slime-dried dust there. Looking down into her face, he realized that he himself was unshaven and smutted with soot from that last burn-through of the defensive shielding that had almost accounted for the Falcon in the last moments before Dala and her fleet had made their appearance. Leia! They were hugging like school kids, rocking in each other's arms. Han felt an idiotic urge to whirl her in his arms and dance. "Admiral Larm," she began. "Is space dust," finished Han. His fleet went back to Anti-Meridian to give him a nice memorial service. "I don't think they're gonna be back." "You know what happened?" "Pretty much. The plague's over 3/4 of the sector. There doesn't seem to be any way of stopping it. The boys at Med Central say it's like the Death Seed." "It is the Death Seed." Luke came over to them, limping heavily with a stick, wearing the same sort of padded jacket and loose, ragged robe that the Therans had on. "And the Guardian Sills have agreed to send some of their number off-planet, to the sector medical facility, to be installed in apparatus that will destroy the Droids. Once we've got the sentient spook crystals to channel light through, it shouldn't be hard to destroy the Droids wherever they are. All they ask in exchange is that we return every spook crystal that has ever been taken off and programmed." "And you're gonna explain that to Lauren or how?" "I'm going to explain," said Leia sweetly, "that without their cooperation, the entire story of their support of the epidemic will be released for general consumption, accompanied by sanctions that will put them out of business in a week." Han nodded judiciously. "You got me sold." "Once the Guardians are able to get off planet," said Luke quietly, "I don't think Loriner's going to have much of a market for needles anymore." The SIRS worked because the central controllers mimicked the vibrations of the Guardians themselves. But even reprogrammed, the enslaved spooks will know and obey the voices of the Guardians. They're their family, their alter selves. The living crystals that have inhabited this planet since first it was formed. They knew about the Droids. He went on, speaking to Leia. They were aware, when the Grismath dynasty seeded the planet with them to kill its political emigres. They did their best, for 7.5 centuries, to keep the Droids from getting off planet. They invaded the dreams of the Prophet Theras and his followers, taking whatever forms they found there, whatever they would believe, and instructing them to keep anything larger than about the size of a bee-wing from taking off. Anything bigger would have sufficient shielding to protect the Droids from the radiation. But there's nothing, really, to keep large cargoes from coming in. And there are seams of mineral wealth, platinum and rock ivory, deep in the mountains that can be exported in small enough quantities to be ray-screened and still support those who take them off. Which is just fine with me. Put in Umali Darm, hurrying past with Arvid and his aunt. I never liked that spook crystal business. Too fragile, the ones with good color were too far back in the hills, and even a box or two of the things gave me the willies. That their listener B is already putting together an expedition for Rock Ivory with me and Arvid here. She hurried on her way, Arvid waving back at Luke, to the stock freighter that stood some distance from the gun station's walls. Leia glanced in the direction of the shuttle and then back inquiringly at Han. An old friend, said Han, rather drily. She showed up at the last minute to help us out. She wants to have a diplomatic discussion and some assurances from you. Leia nodded. All right. She turned back. Luke? He and Legis were among the Therans, shaking hands with those who had found Luke in the wastelands, sent by the voices in their listeners. Minds, bidding goodbye to the rationalists, to Buldrum Caslow and his landlord and Aunt Jin. Luke paused for a moment, looking around, and Legis said, We'd best be going, Luke. I've gotten the gun station back online again. It will be forbidding egress from this world in very short order now. And when Luke still hesitated, the older man added gently, I think that there is nothing further that you can do here. South Close, thought Luke desperately. South Close. If I could just tell her. Whatever dark the world may send. He remembered her eyes, in the sunset light of Yavin 4's towers. Remembered the pain in her voice, in that final message. I have my own odyssey. Tell her what, that would not give her still greater pain. No, said Luke softly. You're right. He turned, and followed his sister and Han, the droids and Chewbacca and Legis, to the shuttle. At least he'd have a reason to get up in the morning, he thought wryly now, and for quite some time to come. He would be back to this world, he knew, to bring back the Guardians, when those who went off-world to form the Droid-killing apparatus returned. To bring back the remains of the synth droids and needles, for the Guardians to try to rehabilitate and realign after their enslavement. To learn what he could of the Force, as the Tsils understood it, and of this strange civilization of timeless minds. But he would always wonder. He stopped at the bottom of the ramp, for one last look at the cool glaring sun, the twilight stars, the wind-scoured sea bottoms, and wastelands of colored glass, the towering crystal Tsils. She has her own way, Legis had said. And he was right. Where she had to go now, Luke thought, he could not follow. The only way in or out of the gun station tower was over the walls. Adharan was grappling easily down on a line, dark crimson coat and gray veils striking a familiar chord, the fighter who had thrown the grenades, thought Luke, during that first battle he had seen. When the gawky, graceful figure reached the ground and walked toward Yumli Dharm's freighter, he saw the lightsaber swinging at the heavy leather belt, the long tail of mauve brown hair as she pulled loose her veils, and his heart leapt against his ribs. She turned, at the other side of the landing ground, at the base of the freighter's ramp. She had always known if he was looking at her, even as he had known when her eyes were on him. For a long moment they stood in stillness. She at the threshold of her long road, he thought, and he at the beginning of his. He raised his hand to her, farewell. Her shoulders relaxed, and he could feel the tension leave her, the fear that he would cross that open ground to tear anew all those two fresh wounds by taking her in his arms. The time was past for that. In her stillness he read her thought. Please understand. I understand. She raised her hand to him, and he could feel her smile. The anti-gravs on the shuttle were so smooth that there was no need to strap in for liftoff, though once the vessel got moving Luke knew he'd be better to be sitting down. He hurried his steps, to catch up with Legis as they made their way to the forward lounge. The philosopher was right, he knew. Trust your instinct, Obi-Wan had said, and curiously enough, once Legis had spoken of loving and freedom, he could no longer deny what his instinct had been telling him. There was a time to embrace, and there was a time to release. Time was long. He was at Legis's heels when they stepped into the forward lounge, and the woman seated near the mist and glory of the viewport rose from her chair. Your Excellency, said the red-haired woman to Leia, who had preceded them in. But she said no more? She only stood transfixed, color draining from her face, and with it draining the harshness of its lines, the terrible stern bitterness that seemed as much a part of her as the skull beneath the skin. It seemed to Luke that there was another face looking out from those bitter emerald eyes. A girl's face, almost unrecognizable. A fierce dreamer's face, scarred by the ecstatic knives of her dreams. In a whisper, unbelieving, Dala said, Legis? He was staring, as if at a ghost, only no ghost could have brought that leap of amazed joy to any man's face. Dala? They crossed to each other, stopped inches apart, as if, after a lifetime of diverging roads, at the crossroad they feared to touch once more. It was Dala who reached out first and took his hand. Have you? His voice hesitated. Have you had a good road all these years? A long one, she said, the girl's voice, the proud dreamer's, audible still beneath the damage of battle and years. And it seemed to Luke that he saw death leave her eyes, and long-forgotten life stir there again. Cruel, in places. You. A long one. She put up her hand, touched his unshaven face. I've missed you, Legis, she said softly. I've missed, this will sound foolish, but I've missed having someone to talk to. Legis's fingers brushed her cheek, wonderingly exploring the footprints of the years, then gathered up the copper weight of her hair. She had always been the stronger of the two, Luke thought, watching them together. And knowing this, he had released her into her strength. Their lips met, tasting first, both afraid, then drinking deep, as if they could never again have enough. Her arms went around him, incongruous in the military severity of her uniform. He crushed her to him, medals, blaster, and all. Nobody in the lounge existed anymore. It was as if Leia, and Han and Chewie, and the droids, and Luke had all been wiped from existence, and with them the past 20 years. No one in the lounge was the slightest bit surprised when Dala and Legis made their exit, without a word to anyone, hand fast, into some other part of the shuttle. "I guess you'll have that conference some other time," remarked Han, drawing Leia down beside him on the black leather of the couch. Leia sighed and laid her head against his shoulder, weary beyond words. "I guess we will." His arms were around her, strong and rock hard under the rough linen of his shirt. He smelled of salt sweat and burned insulation. His chin was sandpaper against her temple and his breath living warmth on her skin. She wanted more than anything simply to remain there, and drift into sleep. From the viewport, Luke watched the thin yellow track of Yumali Dharm's freighter as it lifted from the planet, streaked through the atmosphere and away. "She's all right," he thought. It was like watching a hunt bird when, after its years of servitude, its owner frees it to return to the woods. She is well and strong. She'll find her way one day to the Force, to the light. He felt weightless, at peace, and strangely free. The blue air thinned to darkness and stars. The shapes of the fleet became visible, silvery pendants in the blackness, the world that he had sought since the age of 18, when he had looked into the Tatooine skies. She had released him, he thought, to travel his road, wherever that road was going, to whatever end that journey would have. He heard a soft step behind him, knew it was Leia before her hands touched his shoulders. Her voice was worried. "Are you all right?" "Yes," said Luke softly. "I'm all right." End of Star Wars Planet of Twilight by Barbara Hambly.